Tribune. Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here today. So glad you could join me. We've got an exciting special stream today. You might notice right off the bat that, not in my normal attire of, like, fancy collared field shirt. Now today, a Maiasaura t-shirt. We're going to be talking about Maiasaura. Because today, February 22nd, actually happens to be the anniversary of the official naming of Maiasaura as the state fossil of the U.S. state of Montana. Maiasaura is one of the most important dinosaurs ever to be discovered and studied. We're going to talk about why. So I'm so glad you're here. It's also one of my very favorite dinosaurs, and I think by the end of this broadcast, you'll have some idea as to why. So yeah. We remake tequila with ontogeny. Could do that too, CreatrixBrit. I like that idea. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, talking about fossil science, trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaur fossils across the American West with different museums, including Museum of the Rockies, which you'll see a lot of in today's stream. So I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and yeah, now 5 days a week, I talk about dinosaurs right here on Twitch. So I'm so glad you could join me for that, and if you've got any questions at all about dinosaurs, about natural history in general, about the scientific method, about how we learn all of this cool stuff, don't hesitate with those questions. Don't be shy. I'm here to answer them for you. I'll do my very best to answer them for you anyway. So welcome to Paleontologizing. Before we get started with Maiasaura today, yeah, why don't we go through and do some greetings? We'll say hello to everybody, and yeah. Jody Fish appears to have been first today. How are you doing, Jody Fish? Welcome. Good afternoon to you too, Jody Fish. And I'm sorry you've got a headache. I hope you feel better soon. Kodali, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to have you here. And Far From Groove and Farf, what's shaking with you? I'm glad you've returned. How are you? I hope things are good. Got a good stream today, so I'm so glad you're here. Smurfosaurus, hello to you too. Welcome, Smurf. Blinkster, what's shaking with you? Good to see you, Blinkster. Eagle Star Trucker, you are grr. Well, welcome, Eagle Star Trucker. It's good to have you here. Moondrop Soup, hello to you too. How are things? Hope all's well. And Give the Mail says, hello, Danny. Have you been to the P.O. Box yet? Not yet this week, no. I'm hoping Saturday morning I can drop by the P.O. Box. But we'll have to see. Good to see you now. How did you, Pro Scion? Welcome. XF Kirsten. Hello. Pizza Guy 234. We've got 2 dinosaurs eating some pizza. I appreciate that, Pizza Guy. It's good stuff. I'm gonna have pizza for dinner tonight. Excited about that. It's gonna be nice. And Portugasque, what's shaking with you? It's great to see you. Welcome, Portugasque. Exif Kirsten says we got a dusting of snow in Seattle today. Is that an uncommon thing? I know I've seen video footage of cars, like, sliding down streets in Seattle during snowstorms when there's ice on the ground. It probably is fairly infrequent, I guess. And Blinkster, yeah. Heard very bad things about Dinosaur with Stephen Fry. I've heard the segments with paleontologists are pretty great, but all of the, like, dinosaur recreations, reconstructions, I've heard are pretty dog water. And some of them are, like, outright stolen from a video game. Oscar Juniors, howdy howdy, welcome, welcome. FMSSK, what's shaking with you? Good to see ya. Vigilanta, good luck with your hard drive repair. Thanks for the lurk, Vigilanta, it's good to see ya. And Ferret Fawcett.
Ferret Fawcett has arrived with 2 raiders.
Welcome, welcome, Ferret Fawcett and Raiders. How are you all doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Wonderful. We're gonna have a great stream today, so I'm really glad you could join us. Talking all about Maiasaura today, one of my very favorite dinosaurs. But yeah, and you wonderful see Mini Pie today. Mini Pie is right over here. Mini, you want to come over here? Do you want to come sit over here with me? Let me go pick her up, and I'll see if she wants to make an appearance. I know what you want, Mini Pie. I know what you want. Yeah, there we go. There. That's my chair too. I have to be able to sit. Come here. Whoa. There we are. Wah. And Sweetie Pie is here also. Sweetie Pie. Here's a treat for Minnie. Here. Come here. There it is. We've got cat activity. Hello, hello, Mini Pie. Hi. And Sweetie Pie's down there, too. Howdy, howdy, Sweetie Pie. Hey. Sweetie Pie, do you want a treat? Mini Pie, the treat is here. Look. You can eat it. Don't push it off the desk. Do you want it closer to you? Is that what you're saying? Here, sweetie. There we go. Holy cow, Galara Dragon. Or 18 months ago. Thank you, Galara Dragon. Welcome, welcome, Galara Dragon. So good to have you here. And Mini Pie. Are you happy to see everybody? You're not eating the treat. You're just looking at it. Look, we've got a treat right here for her. And she is not interested. She sniffed it a little bit. She got some saliva on it. Now that means I can't eat it, Minnie. And here comes Moon Pie. Moon Pie.
And gratitude. Thank you very much to the 100 bits.
Well, we'll see if Moon Pie makes an appearance. But thank you, Trappy, for the 100 bits. It's great to have you here, Trappy Jenkins. Shrunk the... Oh, you mean the big placoderm fish? Dunkleosteus, Trappy Jenkins? Yeah, there's been... Ow! Claws. There's been different size estimates of those critters for a good while. I'm not super shocked that it's been downgraded at all. But yeah. Anyway, welcome, Trappy Jenkins. Yeah. And Strange Hamburger Erica, welcome. I'm glad you liked the video. Great to have you here, Strange Hamburger Erica. The Raven, welcome. Yeah. Procyon, I already said hello to you, didn't I? Welcome, Procyon.
Thank you very much to the 100 bits.
And thank you for those bits, Golganek. All the pies indeed. Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Yeah. Lordy and Ios are gone for the day. I am here with the cats, watching over them. So yeah. But let's see here. Who else do we have got? The Raven says, oh, I understand the Tradoon joke now. There you go, the Raven, yeah. It was a mispronunciation from a YouTube video that I thought was really funny. And the thing's just taken on a life of its own at this point. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, Creatrix Brit, great to see you too. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Hope all's well, Brit. And you've got a question, Miss Yvette? Miss Yvette, that sounds like more of a statement. Just kidding. What's your question, Miss Yvette? Welcome, welcome. And Allie J, how are you doing, Allie J? I feel like it's been a while. What's up with you, Allie J? I hope things are good. It's great to see you. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Allie J, thank you.
J203 gifted a tier 1 sub to not_the_brain.
Thank you, Allie J. Thank you very, very much. Look, we are now 1/40th of the way to our sub goal for the day. So yeah. Thank you, Allie J. That's wonderful. Yeah. And let's see. Aditya, you're eating some pizza? Very nice, Aditya. I'm looking forward to having pizza tonight, too. And, Strange Hamburger Erica said, did Tyrannosaurus have sensors on its snout like sharks have sensors on their snout? Not in the same way. Tyrannosaurus snouts probably were pretty sensitive to touch, but it would be in the same way that, like, a crocodile's snout is. A lot different from a shark, which actually has, like, electromagnetic receptors in its snout.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Holy cow, Fighting Sheep, thank you for the Prime sub there. Really appreciate that, Fighting Sheep, and welcome to the community. It's great to have you. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. And have to miss today? Well, I will see you next time now. Thanks for being here. Awkward Cyborg, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And, yeah. And I don't have a cat, Ferret Fawcett. I have 3 cats for a few days this week. Ios and Lordy are having some work done on their house. I forget exactly what it is. I think they're getting some additional asbestos installed. More asbestos! And so, yeah, everybody's got to be out of the house. So the cats are staying here with me for the next few days. And it's been a joy having them here. Yeah, it's good stuff. They will be making periodic appearances, I think, throughout the rest of the stream. And let's see. Yeah, anyway. Scrolling down. Not the brain. Welcome. I'm so glad you got a gift sub from Allie J. That's wonderful. All right, trying to get down to the bottom so that I can actually get into science for the day. Can dinos, if they're not from this... I'm not sure. Can dinos, if they're not from the USA, do they have to be... Oh, Miss Yvette, so, different countries around the world have got different laws regarding fossils and who can own them. It depends what country they're from. So, like, dinosaur fossils from Mongolia, for instance. You know, all important vertebrate fossils in Mongolia belong to the people of Mongolia. And they need to be held in the public trust, you know, in a proper institution, you know?
That belongs in a museum!
Yeah. So yeah. Dinosaur fossils from Mongolia can't legally be owned by anybody outside of Mongolia. They have to be in a museum in Mongolia. Different countries have different laws about this sort of thing. And it gets complicated. Yeah. So yeah. And the cats will appear when they deign to. Exactly, Kirsten. Such regal animals. Especially when they're scratching around in the litter box or coughing up a hairball. Just true royalty. But yeah. And Artista Girl, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to have you here. Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, okay. Yeah, thanks for your question, Miss Yvette. I appreciate it. Yeah. And, Retro Roadshow says, I would imagine it gives every country its own replica market to museums worldwide as well. Kind of. Retro Roadshow, well, sort of. It depends. Yeah, that sort of thing doesn't really exist, actually. to my knowledge, there isn't like a... Taking Mongolia, for example. I don't think that anybody in Mongolia is in the business of, like, producing casts and selling them to museums around the world. Casts are the replicas, exact copies of the real fossils. You know, made via molding and casting. There are casts of Mongolian dinosaurs around the world. I have one right here. Velociraptor. There's the skull of Velociraptor right here, and this skull is a cast, an exact copy of the real thing. But I got this in Colorado from Rob Gaston Studios, Gaston Designs. So Rob Gaston will have dinosaur fossils brought into his studio, and he, you know, treats them with all of the respect and gentleness that one should treat important scientific specimens. He makes copies of them, and then, yeah, he sells them to various museums and other institutions around the world. Yeah, so he does have a fair number of Mongolian things. I think maybe he's made deals with Mongolian museums, where they will ship him the fossils. He'll make some casts for that museum for free, and then he can sell casts to the rest of the world as well. In fact, I bet you there's, like, probably royalty payments that go back to the museum in Mongolia. But I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to him about that. Yeah. And Blinkster, I've never been to any UK museums. I've never been to the UK, Blinkster. Yeah. Yeah. Not yet. Although, speaking of the UK and British dinosaurs... Important specimens. Here's our Megalosaurus jaw that we 3D printed on Monday, and isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful. Gonna be painting this up, and man, this is a boon for talking about this animal, using this as a visual aid, being able to do some excellent educational content with this. But we've got another dinosaur from the UK, which has become available for 3D printing. Take a look at this. There we go. Oh, no. I'm just trying to click oh, come on, Twitter. Goodness. There we are. Yeah. Maiasaura. This is from Denver Fowler. Tweeted about this earlier. He says, just did some 3D printing of the snout of the best dinosaur, Baryonyx. Yeah. Nice that the 3D model for this was made available recently. Link in comments. So there you go. Really beautiful. The snout of Baryonyx. You bet your boots I'm going to be printing this too. Particularly since I'm working on a paper on Baryonyx with Denver, actually. So, yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very excited about that. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. If you'd like to take a look at that, here is a link to my retweet there. There we go. Yeah. 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 But anywho, yeah. And Beth Galaxy Fox, I'm sorry you're getting ads. You know, there's a way around that. Several ways around that, really. But yeah, yeah. And Claire Burr, power is back on now. Claire Burr, did you have a power outage? Shoot. Sorry to hear that. We had a big power outage here in the East Bay area on Sunday. Power was out for like 6 hours. Luckily it's back on now. But yeah, I'm sorry you're getting power outages, Claire. It's PG&E. You know, the state needs to take over that company. They're not doing a good enough job. Yeah. But it's good to have you here, Claire. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And let's see. Oh, and Lenina. How are you doing, Lenina? Thank you for laying that question from Beth Galaxy Fox. Beth Galaxy Fox asks, I've got a question about paleontology. When you go to work on a site, How long do you usually stay there? The shortest might be a few minutes. If it's a site like... I don't know. Well, here, let me explain what a site is in the first place, I guess. When I'm out in, say, the Montana Badlands, yeah, you know, areas like this kind of a landscape. Yeah, the way that I was trained at Museum of the Rockies was, a site is just a locality where you have at least one fossil that you're collecting. So I remember we had a few sites back in 2012 when I was working with Denver Fowler and John Scannella. There's a few sites where it was just like one little element. Like we had a little tiny theropod phalanx, a little toe bone like that. So you sit down, you take out your collecting bags and your specimen slips, and you write a little like field specimen slip right there, locality. The name of it, you got to come up with a name. Then you come up with a site number. You take some photographs, and then you write the file names on that slip too. Usually, at least we would do that sometimes. And take a GPS reading and all that stuff, and then you put the slip into the little Ziploc bag with the specimen in there, and then you continue on your jolly way. Could be a few minutes for a site like that, or it could be literally years that we might be working a particular site. If we've got, for instance, you know, a dinosaur bone bed, like the Rocky site. Oh, I don't know if we actually have a photo of that. Shoot. No, we do. There we go. Or that's, no, that's a little different. But anyway, if we've got a big quarry, that we might work that for years at the same site. If it just keeps kicking out bones, then, yeah, we could work there multiple summers. When I say work there for years, I don't mean, like, years at a stretch, you know, continuously working, because in places like this, like northern Montana, you can't work there during the winter. There's snow on the ground everywhere. It might be, you know, 40 degrees below zero outside. So yeah, we can only really work during maybe the late spring and the summer and the early fall. So yeah, it can take a really, really long time to work a site. And there are some sites that have been opened up and show no sign of, you know, closing down. Egg Mountain is actually one of those sites. And we're going to be talking about that extensively today as we talk about Maiasaura. So I hope you're ready for that. Yeah. So yeah. And, oh, and shoot, Retro Roadshow. I hope you've got your electronic implements all charged up. Hope you got some food ready. Retro Roadshow. Hope you're prepared if you get snowed in and get a power outage. Yowza. Thanks, Science, for solar power. Oh, nice, Retro Roadshow. Yeah. I'm glad you'll have some power then. That's good. Yeah, and Galara Dragon says, so there's no usual time frame, it sounds like. You gotta wrap up all your work before the end of the season, before the snows hit. That's really it. Every site is gonna be different, you know? Because you might have a single little phalanx, single toe bone of a little meat-eating dinosaur, or you might have a graveyard of hundreds of Maiasaura, you know? You never know. You never know. Every single site is going to be different, you know? Oh, yeah. And Galara Dragon says, is there a certain amount of time or area to cover when you haven't found anything else and you have to give up? Oh, certainly, yeah. When you're out prospecting, you know, 99% of prospecting is picking up rocks and bits of debris and stuff and looking it over and going, that's not interesting, and then you put it back down. We try and cover a wide area. We try and basically mentally map every rock and pebble and stone and everything else in a given area. And if we're really thorough, you know, then we might get lucky and find something really cool. So yeah. Beth Galaxy Fox says you can stay there either a few days to several months, correct? Oh, what do you mean we're actually out in the field, like in an area? Like in our field area? Yeah, it could be... I've done field work where it's just been an afternoon. I've done field work where I've been out in a place for 2 months, you know? Like yesterday we were talking about Yoshi's Trike. Yeah. Another tweet from Denver Fowler. We looked at this yesterday, but yeah. This is Paleontologizing with a jacket from Yoshi's Trike, 2011 dig, that he had decorated. This is a long dig all summer, but we got the post-cranium. Yeah, we were there from beginning of July until... oh boy. Mid to late August, I think? Yeah. Yeah. It was, that was a great summer. It really was. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. So yeah, how long we actually stay in a given place depends on what's on our permits. It depends on the budget. It depends on the academic calendar, as Jim Kirkland is fond of saying. You know? Hey, sweetie pie, what are you doing? You want to come sit up here with me? Can I pick you up? Can I pick you up? Ooh. Sweetie Pie is making an appearance. Oh, and now she's gone. She's a little bit more skittish than Mini Pie is. Anyway, but yeah, she's very floofy, Claire Burr, yes indeed. It's okay, sweetie, you can come back if you want. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. The reason that we usually do fieldwork in the summer, well, there's a few reasons. We've got weather, you know? When you don't have snow all over the ground, that's ideal. It's really difficult to dig dinosaurs in the snow. If you've ever tried it, yeah. Yeah, I would not recommend it. Also, with most of the time, the majority of our workforce, our labor force in the field, is students, student volunteers, and students usually have school during the spring and the fall, and but they're free during the summer. We unfortunately usually don't have the money to pay anybody. It's like it's volunteer work, you know. There might be a few people who are on staff for the museum, and they're getting paid their regular salary to be out there in the field. But everybody else is there volunteering their time. Because we don't have the budget to pay people. When I go out and work with Museum of the Rockies, or the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, or the Utah Geological Survey, they don't have the budget to pay me. Usually there have been a few summers where I have gotten paid. It's usually like $10 an hour, and I'm working like 14, 15, 16 hours a day. Only getting paid for 8, though, obviously. Yeah. I was tremendously lucky to be able to be paid for that. Yeah. But it's never very much. So yeah. Bet you get to sleep under the stars and see the true beauty of the night sky? Absolutely, Beth Galaxy Fox. Absolutely. Yeah. And, I'm actually in contact... Let's see. I'll check this later. But, I'm troubleshooting the Starlink setup right now. Or trying to, anyway. Waiting on customer support from Starlink. Because, yeah, if everything goes according to plan there, and we're able to get the device working, I'll be able to stream live from the field this summer. Like, show you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs live on Twitch. It's gonna be pretty cool, and I'm very excited about that. So, yeah. And Artista Girl says, I always wanted to ask you something a bit more personal about your work. How did you get interested in paleontology? Well, shoot. Stick around, Artista Girl, and when I play you a welcome video, maybe if we get a big raid, I'll play you a welcome video that kind of explains this. But I'd always been intensely interested in dinosaurs, and yeah. My family would joke that that I realized I wanted to grow up to be a paleontologist the same day I realized I couldn't actually grow up to be a dinosaur. You know? If I can't grow up to be a dinosaur, I'm going to do the next best thing. I'm going to become a paleontologist. So, yeah, that was many years ago, as you can guess. But yeah, and Miyar Aznabal, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And a live dinosaur dig? Yeah, there you go, the Raven. Yes, indeed. It's gonna be good. Let's hope it works, you know? But anyway, today we are talking about Maiasaura. This is a dinosaur that I have here on my shirt. Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. Maiasaura is the official state dinosaur of Montana, where I used to live. And it was on February 22nd, today, 1985, that Maiasaura was designated the official state fossil of Montana. So we're having a Maiasaura Appreciation Day today. One of the most important dinosaurs ever described, ever discovered, ever studied. Maiasaura helped change the way we think about dinosaurs. I would not be here today, right now, in my current position. My life would be completely different if Maiasaura hadn't been discovered, if Jack Horner hadn't published on it back in 1979. That's the dinosaur that he built his career on. Built Museum of the Rockies on. Museum of the Rockies that I would later attend, and yeah. In fact, you know what? I think maybe it is time for a quick welcome video. It's just so that you can kind of see where I'm coming from with this. Talking about this animal, and yeah. This will help you start to put those puzzle pieces together a little bit. You remember reading about Maiasaura in those 90s dinosaur magazines? Yes, indeed, the Raven. Yes, indeed. We're going to call forth our good friend, previously recorded Danny, real quick. He's already sneaking up behind me. He's like, already? Like, yeah. Anyway, he'll tell you a little bit about how I came to be here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So, without further ado, here comes previously recorded Danny. Previously recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten. Meet
Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online. All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Hopefully that explains some things. Yeah. But before we get into Maiasaura, which so much of this hinges on Maiasaura. Jack Horner's career, his building of Museum of the Rockies, is establishing a paleontology program there that I would later go to. I owe a lot to Jack Horner and to Maiasaura. Also owe something to Claire for making this. Very cool, Claire. I like that a lot. Holy cow. Deinonychus. Just like our Deinonychus skull spinning around right here. That's very, very nice, Claire. I like it a lot. Thank you, Claire. Beautiful. But yeah. And Dyson Dinosaurs says, is Maiasaura my beloved hadrosaurs? Yes. Maiasaura, one of the most important dinosaurs ever found. And let's talk about why. Here is a neat little snippet. This is like a minute long from the Billings Gazette. Billings is the biggest town in Montana. Billings Gazette is the biggest newspaper in the state. Here's Jack Horner talking about Maiasaura.
I'm Jack Horner, and I'm the curator of paleontology here at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman.
Used to be, back when I was there.
Here are dinosaur embryos, and the first dinosaur embryos in the whole world were found here in Montana back in the early 1980s, and they came from a site we call Egg Mountain in Teton County. In this case, we actually have 3 different species of dinosaur embryos. We have Lambeosaurine, duckbill dinosaur, crested duckbill dinosaur.
Beautiful.
We have a small theropod we call Sornitholestes, and we also have the embryo of a meat-eating dinosaur called Troodon.
Yeah, Troodon.
One of the things about these embryos, they represent the smallest dinosaurs ever found.
Very cool.
They are found in clutches of eggs, in nests, in nesting grounds. And all of these specimens are from Teton County, Montana.
Pretty cool. I thought he was going to talk about Maiasaura there, but no. And we've got lots of Maiasaura videos that we'll be looking at. But, yeah. And, yeah, Vigilante, I am vegetarian, yeah. Anyway, Montana, one of the world's greatest places to find dinosaur fossils. And, kind of continuing on with that, I wanted to show you this, too. Again, of course, we're talking about Maiasaura today, the good mother lizard, for anybody just tuning in. It is the... Run some math here. 2023 minus 1985. It has been 38 years. Maiasaura has been the state fossil of Montana. It was on February 22nd, 1985, that it was officially designated as the state fossil of Montana. We'll be talking about state fossils also. But this is a little drawing that I whipped together for my students back when I was teaching full-time. Every morning, my students, I would teach really young kids. It was called TK, like transitional kindergarten, between pre-K and kindergarten. Yeah. So the kids were learning how to read and write, and they would have to sign in for sign into a little notebook every day. Write their name, and if they felt like it, write the name of the day of the week in their notebook. And so the other teacher, my co-teacher, used to just write the Monday on the whiteboard, and I said, hey, why don't I do that, and I'll start incorporating some dinosaurs as well. And the kids always used to love coming in and seeing which dinosaur would be featured for each day. It was really tricky for Wednesday, because there's very few dinosaur genus names that start with W. Anyway, there's a bunch that start with M, and Maiasaura was one of my favorite ones to draw. This was it was a lot of fun. Yeah. Maiasaura is one of my favorite dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah. It was a lot of fun for the kids, Amelia Bedelia. Yes, indeed. But let's take a look at this right here. This is from an old documentary hosted by Christopher Reeve called Dinosaur. This will take us back to the 1980s with a young Jack Horner in Montana at Egg Mountain. This is going to be pretty cool. Yeah.
Scientists like Jack Horner transformed their childhood enthusiasm for dinosaurs into an adult discipline. Horner of Montana State University has only recently uncovered a major find of hadrosaur bones. He has made the duckbill dinosaur a household word to scientists.
The reason that we know more about duckbill...
I love Jack's interview right here, because he's had like a long day in the field, and now he's got to talk to this camera crew, and he's not thrilled about it, but he's going to do his best anyway. It's just, I don't know, I appreciate this.
The reason that we know more about duckbill dinosaurs is that we have found small area where we have concentrations of nests, nests containing eggs, some containing babies, juveniles.
He does look tired, yeah.
An area right nearby that is so far has yielded 40 or 50 dinosaurs, but we have the remains of 10,000 individuals from a herd. So
10,000 individual Maiasaura, he's saying. That's an estimate, but holy cow, there is just certain areas where it's just a pavement of Maiasaur bones. Just absolutely everywhere. It's pretty nuts, you know? Yeah.
In this one area, we're able to see the life history of a duck-billed
Oh, I appreciate you, Beth Galaxy Fox. Thanks for being here. You sleep well. And Claire Burr has requested a dinosaur deep dive, Wendy Ceratops. We'll see if we can get to that today. If not, we'll do it first thing tomorrow, Claire. I don't know. We've got a lot of Maiasaura to cover, but Wendy Ceratops is another dinosaur with a feminine name, named after Wendy Sloboda, the field scientist who found it in the first place. But yeah, you were looking for a W. Yeah, Claire Burr, I actually have a Wendy Ceratops. Well, remind me when we cover Wendy Ceratops, because that's one of the dinosaurs that I also drew for my students. I did that one a few times, I think. So yeah, just about any dinosaur with a W genus name, you can bet your boots I drew that one for my students. But yeah, here, let me scroll up and make sure I don't miss any questions or anything. Quite the artist. Thank you, Miss Yvette. I appreciate that. Amelia Bedelia wants to know, do you remember what the highest temperature was while on digs? It would get up into past 120, approaching 130 at times. Looking at my little handheld thermometer. Yeah. Which, speaking of which, I need to find a little handheld thermometer that I can take with me into the field this summer. Yeah. Handheld ambient thermometer. I do already have... I've got like an infrared thermometer, the one that looks like a pistol. But it would be really nice to have a... 53? Yeah, maybe like this. Digital hygrometer, indoor thermometer, room temperature thermometer. Huh. Anyway, I'm gonna find some sort of a handheld thermometer and put it on the Amazon wish list. Let me do it now, actually. Yeah, because that would be really cool to have in the field. Oh, this one's on sale. Beautiful. This will be perfect. Yeah. Yeah. While I'm streaming, I think it would be really cool. People are going to ask what temperature it is. If I can actually show you, I think that would be really neat. So yeah, it gets hot out there. In places like Utah and Montana and Wyoming, too. Where I'm going to be this summer, it looks like. Yeah. And Blinkster says, I think you missed my last question about if you have pictures of bones inside dinosaur stomachs. Do you mean the belly ribs, Blinkster? Like we have in various groups of dinosaurs? Gastralia, like you have on Sue the T-Rex. The belly ribs across the belly? Or do you mean stomach contents? Do you mean gut contents? Because we've got both. Yeah, there is a Tyrannosaur. You can see the gastralia there, the belly ribs. But, yeah. Let me think. Sinosauropteryx fossil. I think in this specimen we've got gut contents. The remains of a mammal or something like that. We've got other dinosaurs like Compsognathus, famously. We've got the remains of a lizard inside this specimen here, which is pretty cool. Yeah, presumably the remains of its last meal. And yeah. Oh, what's this?
Oh, hey everybody. everybody.
Hello, hello. Here,
Hey,
don't show the
Chad.
address on
Sorry.
camera.
It's on the P.O. box.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, they're from the P.O. box. Got these today. Hey, everybody. Trying to get
it's
in
Lordy.
here. Hey, everybody. I went to the P.O. box and brought Danny some met packages.
Thank you. Holy cow.
You're welcome. Everybody have a good day.
Thanks, Lordy.
Yeah.
Excellent. Holy moly. I think I'll open these tomorrow, actually, because I know at least one sender of a package has already left. That was Nell. Give them Nell. But, and I know they'll want to see me open it live. So I'll save it. But thank you, Nell, for sending whatever it is you've sent me. Appreciate you. And good stuff. Lordy's back now. The cats are going nuts. They're like, oh, Mom's home. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So yeah, we do have a number of different dinosaurs that have fossilized gut contents. Coelophysis is another classic example. Yeah. This famous specimen here has got stuff inside the rib cage, the remains of its last meal. Pretty interesting. That's actually a long story because Coelophysis was long thought to have been a cannibal because it was thought that the bones inside the rib cage were the remains of a baby Coelophysis. This is something that you see in Walking with Dinosaurs. It's an idea that's been repeated, you know, again and again and again. But a colleague of mine, I think it was Sterling Nesbitt, at the museum in Berkeley, he was looking at the original specimen and he goes, these aren't Coelophysis bones inside. Those are the bones of a little Silosaur, a little dinosaur-like critter. Yeah. Some sort of a little critter like this, a juvenile one, probably a hatchling, that the Coelophysis had eaten. Yeah, some kind of little Silosaur like that. So it turns out, yeah, Coelophysis falsely accused of cannibalism. Yeah, how inauspicious. But yeah. Now, Blinkster wants to know, why is the neck bent around like that? This is what we call epistotonic posture. And that there's actually a debate about this. Did the neck bend backwards like this because the tendons are shriveling up after the animal has died? Like they're drying out, its rigor mortis setting in? Like that. Thus pulling the head and the neck backward? Or is it that the animal, like, suffocated? Yeah, because animals that are asphyxiated by, like, a volcanic eruption or something like that, they will also kind of curl up like that. Yeah, and then there's another possibility, too, that, you know, whatever water was burying them, which these, I think, are in a mudstone, or it might be a sandstone, I forget.
The extinction of dinosaurs, the absence.
Sir Golden, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I don't know what's up with our alerts. They're not firing properly. But thank you for the follow, Sir Golden. Appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Another possibility is that if these bones are deposited in a river or a flash flood or something, it could just be that the extremities kind of just flop over like that when this onrushing water, you know, it's... I could tell you a story, actually. When I was in... I was staying with a friend in Great Falls, Montana, before leaving for fieldwork in 2011, I think. And, yeah, we were riding our bikes along the Missouri River there in Great Falls, Montana. I saw something weird floating in the water. It looked like a big white trash bag or something, but it was kind of like... kind of rougher than that. So I went down by the banks of the river and tried to get a really good look at it. And as it got closer and closer, I recognized what it was. It's a dead goat. Just all bloated up with decomposition gases. And it's just floating down the river. And all four of its limbs were kind of like that, and its head is like that too. Because it's, you know, being pulled by the current, by the flow of the river, and all the floppy bits are just kind of flopped like that as it's being pulled down. That could be similar to what's going on here, you know? This is what we call a taphonomic discussion. This is taphonomy that we're talking about. Taphonomy is like all the stuff that happens to a critter between when it dies and then when it's eventually discovered, you know? So yeah. And how many fossils have scavenger marks on them? It's a lot, Blinkster. It's a lot. Here, let's talk about that. Yeah. Classic video here. Here's a step-by-step guide on becoming a fossil. Take a look at this.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah. Please don't take this advice anytime soon. Anybody watching? Yeah. But I'll rewind in case you didn't see.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
Yep. We've got lots of evidence of scavenging on different dinosaur fossils in particular.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yeah.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
Yep.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone.
There you go, pseudomaya, yeah.
Be a fossil.
Pseudomemes, yep.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Yep. There you go. So all of these different steps that you see throughout here, everything after step 1, this is what we call taphonomy, the study of what happens to a critter in between when it dies and when it eventually gets discovered. So yeah, that's scavenging, like various parts being scattered around by wind or, you know, water currents, various like diagenetic processes. During burial, the thing might get crushed or smushed, stuff gets spread around. These are all taphonomic processes. Taphonomy is what we're talking about here. Taphonomy. There we go. Yeah. Taphonomy is the study of how organisms decay and become fossilized or preserved in the paleontological record. So yeah. It kind of has a lot of stuff in common with, like, you know, like forensic sciences. Body farms and stuff like that, you know? Yeah. Opabania cameo, there you go, Gogan. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. And were there alien abductions back then? Maybe, says 3D Prema. Not to my knowledge. That'd be an interesting taphonomic mode, you know? But yeah. And there you go, Fall Machine, yes. The parrot sketch. Anyway, let's get back to Maiasaura here. Everybody's favorite good mother lizard. Maiasaura. A dinosaur near and dear to my heart and extremely important for the history of dinosaur paleontology. Let's continue talking about her.
so far has yielded 40 or 50 dinosaurs, but we have the remains of 10,000 individuals from a herd. So,
holy cow.
We will see the life history of a duck-billed dinosaur from the time it hatched until it was at least half grown with an adult.
Pretty cool. So we talk all about ontogeny on this channel, you know? Dinosaur ontogeny is extremely important to understand. You know? What is ontogeny? Well, it's the process by which, or ontogeny is a creature growing up and changing throughout its life.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, a little baby Triceratops into an adult Triceratops like that.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. And a lot of dinosaurs change tremendously. Maiasaura changes quite a bit. And because we have so many specimens of Maiasaura, we can basically watch this dinosaur grow up. That's so, so cool. Because we can't do this with most dinosaurs. The majority of dinosaurs that are known, the majority of dinosaurs that have been named scientifically, are known... Well, let's do a quiz, actually. Or a poll, maybe. It's been forever since we've done a poll. Alright, new poll. Let's see. What's the most typical number of specimens for a dinosaur genus? For a dinosaur, okay. For all the dinosaurs that have been named, you know, Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, Haplocanthosaurus. What's the most typical number of specimens that we have for each dinosaur? Is it over 100? Over 50? Over 10? Or 1 or fewer? What do you think, chat? What is the most typical number of specimens for a dinosaur? Yeah. What are you thinking, chat? What are you thinking? Not the brain says 7. Yeah. If you answered over 100, that is incorrect. Nobody answered over 50, which is good. Over 10 also. But if you answered 1 or fewer, you're correct. It's kind of crazy to think about, but the majority of dinosaurs that have been named are based on one specimen. Not really or fewer. There has to be at least one specimen, obviously. The or fewer part was more of a joke. But if you're lucky, you have one whole... If you're extremely lucky, you have one whole one. That almost never happens, Jody Fish. Even dinosaurs that we have hundreds of specimens of, sometimes we don't have any 100% complete skeletons. For Tyrannosaurus, this is a good example. No one's ever really found a complete Tyrannosaurus that has every single bone preserved. We've got like 50 Tyrannosaurus specimens at this point. And so between 50 different specimens, we know what every single bone looked like. At least at some stage of growth. But, yeah. For the majority of, yeah, even a dinosaur as well known as Tyrannosaurus, we don't have any 100% complete skeletons that I know of. Not even the dueling dinosaurs specimens at North Carolina's museum. That's not even 100% complete. So yeah. And the Wonka was close, but not 100%. Yeah, I think the Wonka was like 70% complete or something, Jody Fish. It was missing one of the legs and one of the arms and a few other things, I think. But yeah. And Fall Machine says, this specimen is dusty. Do you have another one in the back? No, I'm sorry. We only have the one. Even a lot of, like, really dinosaurs that are well known to the public. Carnotaurus is an example that I often pull out. This dinosaur, Carnotaurus, it appeared in the Jurassic World films. It appeared in Disney's Dinosaur. It appeared in Prehistoric Planet recently. Yeah, very popular dinosaur. Everybody loves Carnotaurus. Carnotaurus is known from one specimen. And that specimen is, unfortunately, not totally complete. I'll show you a diagram showing how much we have of this animal. There you go. So we're missing most of its tail. We're missing the ends of its legs and its feet. But we've got more, you know, we've got a good proportion of it. Including what's not shown here, a bunch of skin, too. Fossilized skin of this animal. So anyway, that's one of the reasons why Maiasaura is so important. Because we've got more than one specimen of Maiasaura. We've got more than 10. We've got more than 50. We've got more than 100. There's possibly as many as 10,000 specimens of Maiasaura near Egg Mountain in Montana. And extending into southern Alberta as well. So yeah. I mean, Triceratops says, what if its feet are awkwardly tiny too? Triceratops? Well, with Carnotaurus, we can look at the skeletons of its close relatives and kind of figure out, make a prediction about what those extremities would look like. You know, look at, say, Majungasaurus. Oh, caps lock. Yeah, for Majungasaurus, we've got pretty much the whole thing. So yeah. Anyway, that's how we figure out certain dinosaurs. When you've only got one specimen of a given animal, how do you fill in the blanks? Well, you look at its relatives. You look at very similar dinosaurs, and you kind of use them to kind of fill in the blanks. And sometimes it doesn't quite work out. You know, sometimes you'll find another specimen, and it's like, oh yeah, we guessed this part wrong. But usually, you'd be surprised at how close it is when we do that. It's, the system works, you know? So, yeah. And Vigilanta says, is it like hominid remains, where there's enough preservation to see indications of muscle attachments? Yes, indeed, Vigilanta. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Artistic Girl, yes, the relatives of Majungasaurus, Carnotaurus, have got very small arms, too. Trying to think, who would be another example? Probably Rajasaurus from India? Yeah, we're actually missing the arms from that, I guess. But anyway. This whole group had really small arms. Maybe Alkasaurus, we'll try. Alkasaurus. Oh, holy cow, we've got an almost complete skeleton of Alkasaurus. Lovely. Well, here's a number of Abelisaurs there. Yeah. So Alkasaurus, we've got basically the whole skeleton except for the end of the tail, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and then Majungasaurus and Carnotaurus. Closely related animals have got most of the same body parts. They're going to look pretty similar to one another because they evolved from the same ancestor. They're closely related. That's what that means, you know? So yeah. And it's cool because we can make predictions about what they're going to look like. And then we can go out and test those predictions by finding more fossils. And it's some good science, you know? So, anyway, with Maiasaura, we've got literally hundreds of specimens of this beautiful dinosaur. And that... We know more about Maiasaura than almost any other dinosaur. Maiasaura is one of the best studied of all dinosaurs. It really deserves to be studied a lot better than it is because there's so many specimens. But yeah, Maiasaura, 100% top tier dinosaur. From the perspective of a paleontologist, you know, I love a dinosaur that's left us a lot of remains. You know, it's really exciting because we can learn all of these really cool things about these animals. Maiasaura, we've got so much.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
How diverse were the non-dinosaurs?
Ah.
Dinosaurs, like turtles, snakes and crocs.
They were pretty diverse, Naderfiend. Well, I mean, probably a little bit more diverse than, like, snakes and crocodiles, and especially turtles are today. Yeah, so here. Let me pull up a piece of art to show you while we're discussing this. Let's see. James Gurney. World of Dinosaurs. So artist James Gurney, who did the dinosaurs, well, he's the creator of Dinotopia, if anybody's familiar with that. He did this really, really wonderful, these wonderful art pieces for the U.S. Postal Service. These are made into stamps. These are dinosaurs from basically around the same time as Maiasaura. Edmontonia, Aeneosaurus, Daspletosaurus, Corythosaurus, and Parasaurolophus over here, and Lambeosaurus over there. You know, this is work that is based directly on Maiasaura. But anyway, you'll notice there's a lot of other critters in the foreground here too, and the background. We've got pterosaurs, big Asdarchid pterosaurs up there in the background. In the foreground, we've got opossum-like mammals here. Kind of proto-marsupials up here. Mammals were not super diverse during the age of the dinosaurs. They're fairly rare and kind of minor components in the ecosystem. But critters like you have here, turtles and frogs and birds. There's a hesperornithid bird right there, looks like. Monitor lizards like Paleosanua. These critters were all over the place, you know? So a lot of non-avian, or a lot of non-dinosaur creatures, really diverse during the age of dinosaurs. During the Hell Creek Formation, Hell Creek fauna, when the last of the non-avian dinosaurs lived. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, beautiful. I've never seen this art before. This is gorgeous. Take a look at this, everybody. Holy moly. This is a Hell Creek fauna right here. Different dinosaurs and their neighbors from the very end of the age of dinosaurs. This is 66 million years ago, right before the asteroid hits. These are critters that are running around. Let's annotate this. Yeah. There we go. And let's make that orange. Good. It works. Okay. So, dinosaurs here. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, Dromaeosaurs like this. Thescelosaurs like Thescelosaurus. All these other critters are non-dinosaurs, though. Frogs. Elasmobranch fishes like this skate or guitarfish, whatever this is. Lizards. That might be... It's not Scaperpeton, that's, I always forget the lizard genus name. We had water birds. Little mammals. Champsosaurs. Turtles. Amphibians like this axolotl-type critter. Bowfin fish. Garfish. Crocodilians. There's at least 3 species of crocodilian in the Hell Creek Formation. We've got more frogs, and we've got snakes. Every one of these creatures that I've circled is not a dinosaur. And I'm kind of surprised here that there's only one turtle here. Because during the Hell Creek Formation, 66 million years ago, in places like Montana and Wyoming, southern Alberta, North and South Dakota, this was the highest diversity of turtles. Turtles at the peak of their power. There's something like 20 to 25 different genera of turtles during Hell Creek times. All in one environment. 20... I'm not 100% sure it's genera. It might be species, but at least 20 different kinds of turtles all in the same spot. This, holy cow, it would peak turtle power. Yes, indeed, Bette Midler. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Oh, and Gompstar, shoot, you're right. I should have clarified that that's the non-avian dinosaurs. So birds are dinosaurs, obviously. This is a theropod dinosaur too, as a bird, but it's not a non-avian dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, very cool stuff. So anyway, yeah, there are like 20 species of turtle in Hell Creek. It's nuts. 20 to 25, and as far as I know, when the asteroid hits, and like 60 to 70% of you know, animals on Earth go extinct, as far as we can tell. It's difficult to calculate exactly, you know, like how many, what the percentage is of critters that went extinct, because our records aren't always that great. But it seems like almost all of the turtles make it through. It's like 20 species of turtle just march right on through, you know? The apocalypse is happening around them, and they're like, yeah, we're turtles, you know, we don't really care that much. We're just going to keep doing our turtle thing. We're going to go hide for a while, then we're going to eat crud at the bottom of a lake, and we're going to live in a burrow, and we're going to make it through, you know? Interestingly, I think 2 turtle species that do go extinct, it's 1 or 2, but Basilemes is one of them. Basilemes, the name means king turtle, because it's big. Yeah. And it lived on land. It's basically kind of like a tortoise, except it's shaped differently from a tortoise, and it's not really related to tortoises. But it's a big land-dwelling turtle. Yeah, and I think this is the only one that bites the dust when the asteroid hits. Yeah. So yeah, there's so many big turtles, so many different kinds of turtles in the Hell Creek, and yeah. Very, very cool. Trionychids and Bienids and other kinds of turtles whose names I don't remember. Really cool critters. And there's a lot of paleontologists who study turtles. Turtles evolve pretty quickly. Their shells evolve pretty quickly, and so yeah. I think I've got a notable quotable here. Hang on a second. On the subject of turtles. From Michael Novacek's Time Traveler. But it would be... He was talking about Howard Hutchinson. Somebody I really look up to, formerly of the University of California Museum of Paleontology. 146, 148, 149. I think, let's see. 146. 48. But if you're somebody who really knows turtles, you can be remarkably useful to a field crew. Yeah. And, Looking. There's a wonderful little snippet here about why it's so important, why turtles are so important to stuff like this. Let's see. Nope, not there. Hang tight, I'll find this. It's gonna be worth it. But Howard Hutchinson is a paleontologist. He's now retired, but he still goes out and does field work. Maybe 139. We'll try that. But Howard is very soft-spoken. Kind of quiet, but he's just a dynamo in the field. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. Strolling back to the ranch house, I could hear the soft yawns and conversations of my fieldmates. Among these was Howard Hutchinson, a reserved, bearded man in his late 30s. Let me find you a picture of Howard Hutchinson, so you know who I'm talking about. Yeah. There's Howard right there. This is what he looks like nowadays. But back in the 70s, he was a 30-something guy. Yeah. Among these was Howard Hutchinson, a reserved bearded man in his late 30s. Howard was a consummate collector and an exacting paleontologist. He was not a professor at Berkeley, although he certainly had the expertise to qualify him for the job. Instead, he was a museum scientist in charge of taking care of Berkeley's superb vertebrate fossil collections of 135,000 specimens. He was not at all anxious about this status or desirous of changing it. For an excruciating several years, he had worked earnestly but glacially on a PhD dissertation on the taxonomy of fossil shrews. In the meantime, he fell victim to various distractions, including... dun dun dun. Turtles. These lowly creatures left shells everywhere. Through every fossil-bearing rock formation in the Cretaceous, Paleocene, and Eocene. But most of these shell pieces were nothing more than shards, from which it was impossible to recognize the species that once had the part in the mosaic of its shell. Undaunted, Howard mastered the rare skill of identifying not only the parts of the shell from which a little fragment had come, but also the species, or at least the genus, to which animal it had belonged. In this way, he established a sort of turtle shell timescale. He could often tell you were in the
game of paleontology. Much larger mysteries still remain.
Miss TM, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. He mastered the rare skill of identifying not only the part of the shell from which the little fragment had come, but also the species, or at least the genus, to which the animal had belonged. So basically, he can find a tiny little fragment of a turtle and go, yep, that's this species or this genus of turtle. And that's a remarkably valuable skill to have when you're out in the field dealing with fragmentary remains. And this way, he established a sort of turtle shell timescale. He could often tell you were in the late Cretaceous or the middle Paleocene by the kinds of turtle shell bits in the rock that you were standing on. This talent put Howard much in demand, and he was constantly being asked to join expeditions in faraway places, including the islands of the Arctic, to provide his expertise on turtles and their place in time. Howard's popularity and his opportunities to travel taught a good lesson to those who dreamed of being chosen for international expeditions, among dozens of fledglings claiming an interest in dinosaurs or early hominid fossils. Such expeditions need real experts, not just enthusiastic glory seekers. The romance and triumph would come in due course. Howard also had other consummate interests, especially sci-fi and horror books and movies. As we sat around the campfire under a sickly yellow half-moon, he terrified us with a scene-by-scene retelling of Night of the Living Dead, one of the most classically gruesome movies of all time. Anyway, Howard is an amazing guy, and yeah. But I love that bit about, in science, real expertise is what's needed. The other stuff can follow, swashbuckling adventure and what have you. But, it's the pursuit of knowledge. That's why we're out there in the field in the first place, It's not for fortune and glory. It's for learning about the ancient world, giving us better context, a better sense of where we came from, what our place is on this planet, and in turn in the universe, All that, it comes from hard work. It comes from, that knowledge is hard won. So anyway, cool stuff. He's my friend now, says Lord Caffeine. Love to get to know him. Yeah. Howard Hutchinson, great guy. And he actually dug up the sloth femur that I'm hopefully going to be doing a project on at some point in the future. I don't know. got so many things on the back burner right now. But the sloth that was dug up in downtown Berkeley in 1968, I think. Here in the San Francisco Bay Area, you know, the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area that I am lucky to call my home. We've got a mass transit system that we call BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit. Here's a BART train papercraft right there. Or here's a BART train squishy toy. I'm a big BART fan. Very enthusiastic about mass transit. And we're really lucky to have this wonderful system that kind of links the Bay Area together. I didn't have to have a car until like a couple years ago because I could just take BART everywhere. It's pretty wonderful. Kind of sucks having a car, honestly. Wish I didn't have to. But back in what was this? 1968, I think. Yeah. During the excavation of the downtown Berkeley BART station, somebody found a really interesting bone. From a giant sloth. A ground sloth, probably Paramylodon. Just from right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. You know? Let's see. Downtown Berkeley BART. Right here on the corner of Shattuck and University, I think. This is what it looks like now. It used to look like this. Well, it used to look like this. And then they revamped it. But the Berkeley station. Yeah. When they were excavating that, found a giant ground sloth. Howard was working at the museum, which is just a couple of blocks away. And they called him over to quickly excavate this thing so they could continue working. Pulls out this kind of fragmentary, chunked up femur, but it's been beautifully restored, and it's just a wonderful example of, you know, even here in the middle of this urban environment, in downtown Berkeley, evidence of our ancient past and the awesome creatures that roamed coastal California just a few thousand years ago, you know? Yeah. So yeah. Berkeley in 68 was a place to be. Yeah, there you go, Gojira. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Howard Hutchinson was there, and one time I interviewed him about this, because I've got a project that I want to undertake about this whole thing. And Howard remembered it pretty well, and he's just like, he's so self-deprecating. He's like, yeah, I don't know. It's very wet in there. There's a lot of water. There's a lot of mud. It's like, it wasn't a pleasant place to be excavating this thing. And he did it as quickly as he could. But yeah. Anyway. Kodali, thank you for reposting that from Loops Loop. Loops Loop says, hi, long time no see. How you doing, Loops Loop? Welcome, welcome. I have my niece, Elena here. Elena, how are you doing? And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Can you explain that birds are dinosaurs for me? She doesn't believe me. Really? You don't believe... You don't believe Loops Loop there, Elena? That's okay. In the sciences, you know, we're naturally skeptical of things, unless we can be given good evidence. You know? If somebody says something wild like, oh yeah, you know, of course, birds are dinosaurs. Your natural instinct should be, yeah? Prove it. Show me. If it's true, you should have evidence, right? So let me show you that evidence. Yeah. Let's see, where would be a good place to do this? Maybe looking at... Here we go. Maybe feathered dinosaurs, origin of flight. This might work. Let's see.
Group of reptiles.
Yeah.
Flying pterosaurs have been discovered with light, hollow bones.
Yep. But they're not
But their
related to
wings
birds.
Are constructed very differently than the wings of Archaeopteryx and birds.
Yeah. So pterosaurs, also known as pterodactyls, not birds, not dinosaurs.
And if we take a closer look at its arm, we'll make out 3 small digits and a foot,
Yeah.
which is really, really long.
Yep. Very different from what birds look like.
Attaches to this 4th digit and along its body and hind limb.
So like a pterosaur wing, a pterodactyl wing, that's their ring finger right here. That's super, super long. It's so much longer than their whole body. That's the ring finger right there. That's where the word pterodactyl comes from. The name pterodactyl means wing finger, pterodactyl. Or pterosaur, wing reptile, wing lizard. Anyway, these guys are not dinosaurs and they're not birds. They're a different kind of critter. So the question that Julia Clark is trying to answer here in this little documentary is, where did birds come from? You know? They didn't come from pterosaurs. Pterosaurs have completely different wings. You know?
In contrast, the wings of Archaeopteryx and birds have only 3 digits.
Yeah.
And their feathers attach individually along their arm and hand bones.
Yep. So that's one of the first birds, Archaeopteryx there.
Pterosaurs and Archaeopteryx evolved flight independently.
Yep, they're not closely related.
Must have descended from different reptiles.
But which reptiles did Archaeopteryx and other birds evolve from?
Thomas Huxley, Darwin's champion, was astonished by Archaeopteryx's resemblance to a turkey-sized dinosaur called Compsognathus.
Yeah.
Compsognathis's hand also had 3 digits.
And yeah, Blinkster is pointing out the epistotonic posture again with the neck bent back. We see this in a lot of different specimens. See that neck bent back? There's the skull right there. This is just smushed. Like the skull is smushed. So a lot of the bones are kind of like flattened. That's why it looks kind of funky. But you can see the teeth in there. There's the eye socket. And the neck is bent back like that.
It had hollow bones and stood on 2 legs. Similarities like these led Huxley to propose that birds are related to the branch of reptiles called dinosaurs.
Ah.
But other scientists questioned this conclusion. Birds appeared so different from dinosaurs. And some characteristic features of birds, like wishbones, seemed to be missing in dinosaurs, but were present in other reptiles.
Interesting.
When paleontologist Jack Horner began his career,
That's my old boss, Jack Horner. He's also the guy who named Maiasaura, the subject of today's stream. It's all gonna come full circle. It's all related, you know?
Who thought that birds could have come from dinosaurs?
So Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a shoulder blade.
Monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Cheesily Breezily, thank you for the follow and welcome. Good to have you here.
That the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a shoulder blade of a sauropod.
And that's not even a big shoulder blade of a sauropod. That's really small. This might be one of Dolly's shoulder blades. This might be Carrie Woodruff's sauropod with the neck bone infections. Anyway, we could talk about that later too if you want.
Sauropods were gigantic.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things.
And Freya's Fury says, we saw in fictions? Yeah, okay. We're getting way afield here, but let me show you really quickly, because this is too cool not to mention, or not to go into detail about. Yeah. So this sauropod specimen. Yeah. Sheridanicus, thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. It's supporters like you who allow me to do what I do here. So thank you, Sheridanicus. That's wonderful. Yeah. Here, this is my old friend Carrie Woodruff. Let's try. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, from CNN, it's probably gonna be okay. Discovery of what ailed Dolly the dinosaur is a first, researchers say. Yep. About 150 million years ago, long-necked dinosaur fell ill, likely coughing and suffering from a fever as it wandered through what is now southwest Montana. That's the same specimen, I think, that you see right here. I'm pretty sure that's Dolly's scapula right there. Her shoulder blade. Anyway, this is just published, what, last year? The year before? The fossil of this dinosaur, nicknamed Dolly, for Dolly Parton, because Carrie Woodruff is a big Dolly Parton fan. He's like, I would marry Dolly Parton if I ever got the chance, you know? Anyway, nicknamed Dolly for Dolly Parton has revealed what could be the first evidence of a respiratory infection in a dinosaur, according to the new research. A study detailing the findings, published Thursday in the journal Scientific Reports. So yeah, there's these really weird lesions that are preserved here in the cervical vertebrae, the neck vertebrae. And this, I love this figure. This lays it all out. So this is this diplodocid dinosaur here, with a person for scale. Everything that you see in blue is part of the respiratory system of this dinosaur. So that everything that you see in blue is hooked up to the lungs. There's hollows in the vertebrae, pneumaticities, basically like air chambers in the neck vertebrae, in those neck bones. So when the dinosaur would take a breath in, it would go down into these air sacs and into the lungs, and then it would also circulate through the bones, too. You know who else has that same setup? Hollow bones, air sacs, pneumaticity, air-filled chambers in the bones? Birds. Birds have that. Why is it that,
Checked our fossils because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Ambersaur UK, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Ambersaur, welcome to the community. Thank you for your ongoing support. That pledge of ongoing support. I really appreciate that, Ambersaur. You're not going to have to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. You'll have a beautiful baby Triceratops that'll grow and grow next to your name in chat. You see various eggs and Triceratops specimens there? Yeah. Welcome, Ambersaur. Anyway, the reason that birds and dinosaurs, like Dolly here, have those air sacs and hollows throughout their skeleton is because they evolved from the same ancestor. The air sacs and hollows that birds have, those are dinosaur hand-me-downs. They got those from their dinosaur ancestors. There's a million things like that. But yeah. You had to get the emotes? That's wonderful, Ambersaur. I appreciate you. Sounds like you're in the right place, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah, anyway. So poor Dolly had gotten sick. Here she is, like, inhaling some pathogens. And those didn't just stay in her lungs or in these air sacs in her torso. That infection spread to her very bones, into her neck vertebrae. And there are these gross, like, broccoli-shaped growths, like bone infections that are respiratory. It's the same sort of bone infections that we see in modern birds. When birds get, like, bird flu or stuff like that, it can actually, like, grow on their bones. It can misshape their bones. And that's what we see here with Dolly. Yeah. In modern birds, crowded conditions can cause the spread of infection. Dinosaurs like Dolly were known to stick close together during nesting season, which could have caused infections to spread like wildfire, Woodruff said. Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. Here's a link to that article here. So check it out. Yeah. Sick birds. I know, right, Bee Tracker? Yeah. Yeah. But anywho, yeah. But getting back to this, I think this is Dolly right here. I think that's the same specimen.
Sauropods were gigantic.
Yeah.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
Nope. A lot of them weren't.
Imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
Yeah, you look at that and you don't go, oh yeah, that's a bird. But there's other kinds of dinosaurs that are much closer to birds.
In 1963,
Yeah.
Ostrom discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana that challenged that view.
Mm-hmm.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw.
Yep.
Obviously goes to a foot. It was not a claw for walking on. This dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
I don't know about slashing. I'd argue with that, but yeah, it used it in predation. Probably more like a hook, like modern birds of prey use their big hook-like claws. Modern birds of prey, golden eagles, other Cyprinian birds, they've got a super big digit 2 claw, and they use that to just hook into their victims. They stand on top and they eat it alive. That's probably what these guys were doing too. Yeah. And you've got Cal. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And yeah, those CGI dinosaurs, those titanosaurs did look a little wonky for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Paleoecología. Hey, welcome back. Bienvenidos. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome.
With a delicate build.
Yeah.
It ran upright on 2 legs. It had a long, stiff tail for balance.
Yep.
Not all dinosaurs were big and lumbering.
Nope.
Ostrom hypothesized that the animal would scale its prey and start using its slashing claw and probably eating the animal while it was alive.
Yeah. A lot of birds do that. They'll eat their prey while it's still alive.
Set off a revolution. What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded?
There's Maiasaura. Yeah.
When Ostrom compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built,
Pretty similar. Yeah.
and they shared even more features, including long arms,
Pretty funny doodler stargazer.
similar hip and shoulder bones.
I'll interview Ken Ham the next time he's in prison, maybe. Scott Corp, say thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. What a cheery name. It's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome.
Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued. Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods that walked on 2 legs and included T-Rex and agile predators like Deinonychus.
Mm-hmm. That's a terrible Deinonychus there, though. Ugh.
Well,
anyway, there's Kerry Woodruff right there. There's Brian Baziak. I think that's Jade Simon right there. We've got a number of my colleagues right here working in Livingston digging up this sauropod dinosaur.
Did not accept this idea at first. Supporting evidence continued to accumulate, including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found.
Yep.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden, we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
There you go. A T-Rex wishbone. I mean, look at that right there. Beautiful, isn't it? This is the furcula, the fused clavicles, the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus. This is my 3D print of one right here. But Jack's got the real thing right there. Pretty cool. So yeah, we know that dinosaurs had wishbones. We know they had hollow bones. We know a lot of them behaved like birds, which we'll talk about later with Maiasaura. Now we know that a lot of them had feathers, too. So, yeah. Yeah. Somebody type in ! Turkey. And I'll show you an infographic that I put together a little while ago.
Tradoon.
And, that's odd. It didn't work. Nightbot's being slow. I can pull it up. There we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Claire. Claire Bird knows the, Claire Bird is like, just wait for it. It'll show up. Here we go. Let's open this in a new tab. Man, Google Photos being slow too. Your turkey is a dinosaur. If you'd like, you can download this, print it out. The next time that you're dissecting a bird carcass for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't eat birds, but a lot of people do seem to eat birds. Next time you're doing that, and you're looking at the different bones, pay close attention to these features. Whether it's the three-toed foot, the hinge-like ankle joint here, the structure of the knee, the structure of the pelvis, the hips right there, the wishbone, the S-shaped neck, structure of the skull, those half-moon-shaped wrist bones, the semi-lunate carpals, or the feathers. Every one of those features that I just mentioned, these are features that today are unique to birds. But they didn't used to be unique. Each one of those is not a bird invention. That's a hand-me-down from their dinosaur ancestors. So here's a skeleton of Velociraptor showing those very same features. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, if you ask me. So nowadays, we recognize that, here we go. Let's see. Here, I know we watched this before, but we'll kind of skip through it real quick, I think. From Prehistoric Planet. This just came out last year, and it's brilliant. It's so good. And there is Velociraptor. Did Velociraptor have feathers? It did indeed. Yes.
The bones of dinosaurs are often very well preserved indeed. But that's not the case with the skin or the soft parts. So imagining what they looked like has been largely a matter of guesswork.
Yeah, in a lot of cases,
Now,
yeah.
some truly exceptional fossils have been discovered that have changed all that.
Yeah. Preserved dinosaur feathers.
One of the most startling discoveries has been the presence of feathers on a large number of species, including Velociraptor.
Yeah.
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial.
Yep.
We currently know of
It's a
about
fact.
60 dinosaur species that are completely covered in feathers, just like modern birds.
Yep.
Some of the most perfect fossilized feathers have been discovered in China. This is an image of a specimen that was found in 2000.
Yeah, it's Shen Yuanlong, right?
It's called Zhen Long,
Yeah.
and you can probably guess from these huge claws on its feet that it was related to a velociraptor.
Yep. It's also a dromaeosaur, the same family.
You can see amazingly perfect detail of feathers down its tail and more on its arms, its wings.
Pretty cool stuff. And I'll show you another real cool clip, and then we'll get back into Maiasaura after that. Yeah. So yeah, we don't have any DNA from dinosaurs yet. We're working on it. But, yeah, Jack Horner, my old boss, had another idea for kind of resurrecting a dinosaur. Not Jurassic Park style, but... And thank you, Lilith Hobo. I appreciate those coins that you used to buy those bits. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for your support. How you doing, Lilith? It's great to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I mean, we don't have any DNA yet from dinosaurs. There's Liz. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Good book. Check it out. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, yeah. So I realize that's a long tangent we're going off here, but it's really important, I think. And it's funny how that kind of like reaches back and just kind of kisses our discussion for today too. Maiasaura was cropping up a few times in some of those clips and everything. And Jack Horner, my old boss, discoverer, or not discoverer, but describer of Maiasaura. Yeah, was in that. So yeah, yeah. Anywho, don't just take it from me though. Look at Wikipedia, for instance, or go talk to your local evolutionary biologist, paleontologist, ornithologist, bird scientist. They'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. Theropods. It's a dinosaur clade that is characterized by hollow bones and 3 toes and claws on each limb. Yeah. In the Jurassic period, birds evolved from small, specialized coelurosaurian theropods and are today represented by over 10,500 living species. So here's some theropods right here. Spinosaurs and ceratosaurs and dromaeosaurs and troodontids and more ceratosaurs. And emus and other birds. Theropods. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. So are birds dinosaurs? Yes, birds are dinosaurs. Yeah, we'll be talking all about this in November. Every year here on Paleontologizing, we do a big blowout, series of bird streams in November for, talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds as gearing up for Thanksgiving, where lots of people eat turkeys. So yeah. Anyway, quack science. Very. Is that a pun there, Andy then did? Cause ducks quack? Appreciate you, Andy. Welcome. So yeah. And Anandusha had a question earlier that I didn't have a chance to look at. T-Met Trick says, if birds are dinosaurs, why aren't there more ones that don't fly? There's a tremendous number of flightless birds, T-Met Tricks. Yeah. That also doesn't have anything to do with birds being dinosaurs, but, flightless bird. There you go. Let's see. We've got penguins, classic flightless bird. We've got kiwis right here. There's many. Look at how floofy that is. My goodness. Yeah. We've got many different lineages of birds that are flightless. I was looking for maybe like a stat, like how many species of flightless bird are there? But anyway. We used to have these enormous birds, like elephant birds, just huge, 10 feet tall. You know, they weighed as much as a Kenmore washer dryer. Maybe, I don't know, I just made that up. You know, they weighed significantly more than a large model of a Volkswagen Bug. Yeah. How many species of flightless birds are there? About 40 species of flightless birds in the world. Holy cow. There's got to be more than that, actually. That's not that many. Shoot, penguins. If we go to our tree of life here, how many species do we have of penguin? It's got to be at least 20, right? Yeah. Penguins. Let's zoom into them. But yeah. Penguins, we've got 18 species of penguins. Okay, 18. There's flightless rails, kiwis, various ratites and tinamoos. Actually, I don't know if any tinamoos are entirely flightless. There's a lot of birds that are kind of there on the cusp. It's like, they're not going to fly over any mountain ranges, but they can still fly. Like chickens and stuff. You know? And it's floofy, a combination of fluffy and poofy. You got it, Triceratops, yeah. Yeah. And, does a sitting duck count as a flightless bird? Whamla? At least temporarily, sure. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Delanero, yes, indeed. Unfortunately, humans have killed a number of flightless bird species. Great auk, the dodo, and many more. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right, Delanero. You're right, unfortunately. Not unfortunate that you're right. Unfortunately that... I don't know. People have not been kind to birds. And, you know, if the prophet Alfred Hitchcock, peace be upon him, is correct, one day the birds might well have their revenge. Yeah. I'm just kidding. But yeah. Yeah. And Pfizer, yeah, we talked a while ago. Here. Somebody pull up the YouTube command. Is it !YT? But I, nowadays, have got a YouTube channel in which I post the VODs, the videos on demand, recordings of these streams. And one of them is about dodos. We were talking about fossil penguins on February 9th. February 2nd, we were talking about dodo de-extinction. Yeah, talking all about these remarkable extinct birds. So yeah. Anyway, check that out. And if you wouldn't mind, subscribe to me on YouTube, you know? I don't have nearly the presence on YouTube that I have on Twitch, but every subscription counts, you know? In this mission of science outreach, trying to reach more people and explain important scientific concepts. You know, every bit of support makes a difference. What's the old saying? Each raindrop raises the sea. Yeah. Do I have to be 21 and single for that too? No, I have to be 12 years old and in middle school. Tris, I don't know. What's the stereotype for YouTubers? I don't know. And Loops Loop says, thank you so much for that. She's still skeptical, but very intrigued. I mean, that's the thing, is that, you know, somebody can be skeptical of the idea that birds are dinosaurs. Like, don't get me started about how we are fish. I'm digging my own grave here, but yeah, the way that we as scientists classify living things is based on who their ancestors are. So birds are dinosaurs because birds evolved from dinosaurs. Snakes are lizards because snakes evolved from lizards. And this is not just me saying this. Ask any paleontologist, any evolutionary biologist, any zoologist, they'll tell you the same thing, you know? Go to your local zoo and, well, hopefully the people there know what they're talking about. If there's a zoologist at the zoo, they'll probably know. But yeah. Snake with legs. Snakes evolved from lizards. Snakes used to have legs, and we've got the fossils to prove it. No, this is not what I'm talking about. That's funny. But, nor is this what I'm talking about. That's also very funny. But no, snakes used to have little tiny legs. And some snakes still have remnants of that. Like boa constrictors still have these little spurs. The males have these little clasper spurs that are kind of remnants of their hind legs. They're called pelvic spurs. So yeah, that's how we as scientists classify living things. It's not based on... You probably learned a system in school, like I did back in, what, 3rd grade. You know, that classic system where it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, I really wish I could find this, but we had like it was almost like a flowchart. Like, maybe I can find an example so I can show you. Let's see. Animal classes flowchart. Let's see. This is just about as authentic as the one that I learned. How to classify any animal. You start with, is it a cat? Yes. Then it's a weird dog. Is it a cat? No. Is it a dog? Yes. That's weird. No, this is nonsense. This is not what I'm looking for. This kind of works when we're talking about vertebrate animals over here. This is kind of what this is like how I learned things back in 3rd grade, back in elementary school. You've got reptiles, and fish, and amphibians, and mammals, and birds. You know, and fish, they have scales on their bodies. They have gills for breathing. They're cold-blooded. Reptiles have dry, scaly skin. They lay eggs on dry land. They are cold-blooded. Like, the thing is, when you're actually looking at real animals in the real world, there's lots of exceptions to these, and there are reptiles that don't lay eggs. They give birth to live young. There are species of rattlesnake that give birth to live young. Other snakes, too. There are species of reptiles that are warm-blooded. Yeah. So yeah, there are species of mammals that you could consider cold-blooded. Because they basically rely on, like, ambient temperature to heat their bodies, rather than producing body heat themselves. Anyway, what we now recognize is that... Let me see if I can find this for you. Let's try... Vertebrate phylogenetic tree. When we're talking about animals with backbones, it's much more like this. Yeah. This is a much more accurate representation of what's really going on. You know, now that we can test things with DNA, we can figure out who evolved from whom, suddenly we can do this. This is what we call a phylogeny. Phylogeny, which is an evolutionary family tree. And here are some what we call autapomorphies here. These are like, you know, characteristics that evolve, and then all their descendants have that after that. Unless they evolve to get rid of it. So sharks and ray-finned fish are over here. They have vertebrae. But sharks, right here, they don't have a bony skeleton. They've got cartilage skeletons. So they're an outgroup over here. They are vertebrates. They've got vertebrae, but they don't have a bony skeleton. So they're elasmobranchfish. You've got amphibians over here. They've got 4 limbs. Creatures evolved an amniotic egg. So you've got... Oh, this is weird. Primates and rodents and rabbits. It's like weird who they chose to include here and who they didn't. Crocodiles, dinosaurs, and birds. 2 postorbital fenestrae right there. Dinosaurs and birds. See how they are their own group right here? Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Anyway, the way that we classify living things is based on shared characteristics that shows who evolved from whom. Those shared characteristics could be aspects of their anatomy that we can look at. You could just look at it with your eyes and go like, oh yeah, these got fins, these got fins. Bow! Blammo, those are fishes. You know? Yeah, but the thing is, the ancestors of amphibians and all the rest of these creatures here, like this right here, this ancestor here that all of these creatures evolved from, that is a fish. So strictly speaking, all of these animals, and these animals too, all fall under the umbrella of fish. Because this ancestor was a fish. Once a fish, always a fish. You know? It's weird to think of ourselves as being fish, but... Oh, but that's actually how things work, you know? Yeah, here, let me... We're going pretty far afield here, but let's get into this right here. Your Inner Fish with Neil Shubin. If you get nothing else from this broadcast today, if you're bored with Maiasaura, you don't care about duck-billed dinosaurs, if you're not going to remember anything else, remember this. Like, go back, watch this. Seriously, here's a link from PBS. This is one of the best.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thank you, Jean Jacket, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But, yeah. This is a really, really excellent documentary. Just extraordinary. Kind of talking about our fishy origin. All land-living vertebrate animals are descended from fish. You know?
When I look at my fellow humans, I see ghosts of animals past. Glimpses of an epic story that's hidden inside us all. My name's Neil Shubin.
As a scientist, I look at human bodies different from most people.
Yeah.
The way we grip with our hands. We can thank our primate ancestors for that. How we hear so many sounds. That dates back to creatures the size of a shrew.
Yeah, with really well-developed ears.
And the further back we go,
that's a little ridiculous. It's the intro. This is meant to grab your attention. It's going to be a little goofy.
Why we look the way we do.
But this is so good.
Distant reaches of our family tree.
Yeah.
And meet an unusual cast of characters. The ancestors that shaped your body. The family you never knew you had.
Just extraordinary.
From the Badlands of Ethiopia.
She's beautiful.
To the shores of Nova Scotia.
This is the spot.
We'll search for clues that lie buried in rock.
His eyes are like globes. And he's like, I found it. I found it.
And search for answers written in our DNA.
Very cool.
It gives us a glimpse into the brain of our ancestors.
I mean, I find that mind-blowing.
Yeah. Your inner fish is what this is called.
With a search for some of our most elusive relatives.
The fishy ancestors.
That
Yep.
crawled onto land hundreds of millions of years ago.
That all of our every animal with a backbone.
We owe a lot to these intrepid pioneers.
No, stop. Yeah. So these fishes, when they first came up onto land, that's where every backboned animal on land comes from. Amphibians, reptiles, mammals, dinosaurs, and birds all descended from this critter. You know? Really cool.
So if you really want to see why you're built the way you are, it's time to meet your inner fish.
Yeah. It's so good. We'll do another stream at some point where we watch this and we talk about it. But here's some high praise. Back in, what was this? This would have been summer of 2022. Last summer. Last June, I think, I was leaving on a big road trip going all across the American West, visiting different museums, visiting with other paleontologists, and streaming from museums and stuff. My first stop was up by Sacramento. I went to go visit my mom and her sister, my Auntie Kathy, and I sat them down and we watched this. And they are not... My mom and my Auntie Kathy are not... they're not like science people, you know? They're not scientists. You know, my mom, like, worked a retail job just a little while ago. My Aunt Kathy, I think, used to work in a bank. Yeah, anyway. They're certainly clever folks, but they're not scientists. Nor are they're the sort of people who would fall asleep during a science documentary, usually. They were enthralled by this. They're like, holy cow, this is mind-blowing. So check it out. It's really, really good. If you've never seen Your Inner Fish, you can watch it for free. There's the link. It is amazing. You're going to love it. So yeah. But this helps to kind of explain why we as scientists classify things in the way that we do. Birds are dinosaurs because birds evolved from dinosaurs. You know? We, as humans, are mammals, because we evolved from a mammal ancestor. And both dinosaurs and mammals, you can trace their ancestry back to creatures like Tiktaalik. This wonderful kind of half aquatic, half terrestrial fish. Yeah. Tiktaalik. Pretty extraordinary. So yeah, it's good stuff. And thank you, Claire, for posting those links. Appreciate you, Claire. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So many tabs open. Holy cow. Let's get rid of all of these. And let's get back to our good friend Maiasaura here. Today's live stream is, of course, centered around Maiasaura, the good mother lizard, state fossil of Montana. It was actually on this day, February 22nd, 1985, that Maiasaura was officially named the state fossil of Montana. And this is a dinosaur that's had a tremendous influence on dinosaur paleontology. It changed the world. Like, it changed the way we look at dinosaurs. Maiasaura is one of my very favorite dinosaurs. It's honestly one of the coolest dinosaurs ever found because it's taught us so very much. Really, really cool stuff.
Finds which illustrate that some dinosaurs lived in herds and cared for their young.
Yeah.
Some dinosaurs had traits more common to warm-blooded mammals than cold-blooded reptiles.
Or more like birds. Not. Why do you say mammals, Christopher Reeve? Birds. By the way, did I mention that Superman is narrating this documentary? Cool stuff.
Horner's Dig is near Montana's Glacier National Park. It is known as Egg Mountain.
Egg Mountain.
His findings confirm how the duckbills may have built their nests. Based on the evidence that these dinosaurs herded, some scientists assume that the nest building was a collaborative effort within the herd.
Yep, which it probably was. And hang on a minute. T-Matrix says, why did they evolve feathers when they were so big at the time, T-Matrix? They weren't. It was small dinosaurs. Most of the feathered dinosaurs that we have are really small. Yeah, like Sinosauropteryx, little feathered dinosaur. Like this. The feathers are so well preserved that we can actually tell what colors they were, which is pretty cool. Really, really cool. This is not a big animal. Yeah. See what I mean? Yeah. The biggest feathered dinosaur we have, or rather the biggest dinosaur that we have that has preserved fossil feathers is Eutyrannus, to my knowledge. It lived in a fairly cold environment, so it could still use those feathers for insulation. But feathers aren't just good for insulation, they're also good for display, for camouflage. Feathers are a thing that you can change kind of season to season, so you're always kind of in fashion there, you know? But just like modern birds use different feathers for different purposes, their extinct dinosaur counterparts and ancestors also used different feathers for different purposes, you know? But yeah, look at that. Ugh. Not a creature you'd want to run into in a dark alley. Like, to me, looking at this big, shaggy Goliath, like, this is, to me, scarier than, like, a scaly dinosaur. Something about that amorphous exterior, you know? Like, that shagginess is just like, ugh. Makes him seem that much more formidable. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. T-Matrix says, I thought they were saying that raptors had feathers. Oh, dromaeosaurs. Yeah. Yeah, dromaeosaurs certainly had feathers. Dromaeosauridae. Lovely picture of some different dromaeosaurs here. We've got Microraptor, Velociraptor, Ostroraptor, Dromaeosaurus, Utahraptor, and Deinonychus. Deinonychus is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Real Velociraptor looked different from what you see in Jurassic Park, or especially Jurassic World. That's actually Deinonychus. All these critters did have feathers, yes. Most dromaeosaurs are pretty small. Utahraptor happens to be the very biggest one. Most of them are like Velociraptor sized or smaller. This is about average size for a dromaeosaur. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff, right? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Moosey Fate says, I wouldn't want to run into Eutyrannus in a well-lit coffee shop either. Yeah, me neither, Moosey Fate. Unless it were very well fed. Uh-oh, shoot. My earbud is... It didn't charge properly last night after my stream. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to swap up my headphones. We're going to continue with this, talking about Maiasaura and how it helped change dinosaur paleontology forever. I'm going to swap out my headphones here and charge this. So here we go. There we go.
Like reptiles today, the nest is protected before and after the egg laying. Horner has recently discovered a fossilized egg which he believes contains the embryo of a duck-billed dinosaur. At a Montana medical center, the fossil was subjected to a CAT scan, or computerized axial tomography.
There we go, yeah.
It's normally used to take a three-dimensional computerized color picture of the brain. Here, it will photograph the insides of an 80-million-year-old egg.
Very cool. This is back in the 80s, of course, when CAT scanning was, like, new.
The embryo is inside the fossilized egg.
Very cool stuff. Yeah.
The embryo is identified and marked. It's a remarkable find.
Hike the Earth says, I wonder how big their hearts were. We were talking about that just last week. There we go. Here, I'll give you a link to that VOD if you want to talk about the size of dinosaur hearts. Look at how different the Valentine's Day stream looks from the rest of these. Again, you can always watch the videos on YouTube if you'd like, because I post these after each broadcast. So, yeah, there is that link. But we were talking all about dinosaur hearts and other stuff for Valentine's Day. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. YouTubes. Thank you, Claire. It's good stuff. Yeah.
A duck-billed dinosaur, it's believed, laid 20 to 25 eggs in a circular pattern.
Yep.
Scientists don't know how long it took for the eggs to hatch, but they do know that the eggs were about 8 inches long, about the size of a grapefruit. Surprisingly small for...
A grapefruit's 8 inches long? That seems too long for a grapefruit. Maybe by volume he means about the size of a grapefruit? Anyway, that's a big grapefruit. It's like a cantaloupe.
Life for the duckbills was hazardous from the start.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Anyway, we've got some stop-motion animation here. Very dramatic. Remember, they get torn apart by Deinonychus, which don't live at the same time. But, anyway, I'll give you the link to this so you can watch the thing in full if you'd like. Let's continue. Yeah. And Triceratops says, it just dawned on me, saying that we are fish is just like saying we are star stuff. Yeah. The famous Carl Sagan quote right there, right? Yeah. 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 I mean, that's what we're made of, you know? We are super-derived fishes. We evolved from fishy ancestors, if you go back far enough. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho.
Dinosaur eggs hatched like those of other reptiles today. At birth, the baby dinosaur was only 12 inches long and about 1.5 pounds.
I love this stop-motion animation here. This is beautiful.
6,000 pounds.
I wonder, did Phil Tippett do this? It seems like Phil Tippett animation. It's really extraordinary. Really, really nice. Look at that little baby. Look at that travel. Isn't that gorgeous? It's an adorable little baby hadrosaur.
How do we know what we know about dinosaurs?
Hmm.
Well, for one thing, we know how duckbill eggs looked because Jack Horner has found hundreds of them fossilized in Montana.
Yep.
We know that this giant creature probably made a deep bleating noise, not unlike a goose, because of the size of its nasal cavity and the length of its air passage. Given these clues, we can guess at the type of sound it actually would have made. It's like a jigsaw puzzle or a detective story. You find one piece and it fits into another.
Sure.
And it all begins with digging holes.
Yep. Is that Bob Macula right there?
First, somebody finds a fossilized bone, more often than not a tourist or an amateur.
Yep.
And that signals a scientific bone rush expedition, because where there's one bone, there may be others.
That triggers a scientific bone rush expedition. Yeah, I've never heard it described that way before. That's really funny to me.
Somebody finds a fossilized bone, more often than not a tourist or an amateur. And that signals a scientific bone rush expedition, because where there's one bone, there may be others. What survives usually is not actually bone. Most bones turn into dust. Fortunately, some fossilize, becoming hardened mineral deposits.
Yep.
Once extracted, often still encased in rock, the fossils are then put in a plaster of Paris cast to be moved to a museum.
Jacket. It's called a jacket. A cast is a replica of a fossil. It's not... A jacket is the protective cocoon that we put around a fossil in the field. Not a cast, a jacket. Plaster jacket. Ugh.
Hardened mineral deposits.
Yeah.
Once extracted, often still encased in rock, The fossils are then put in a plaster of Paris cast to be moved
Jacket.
to the museum
Plaster
or lab
jacket.
for further cleaning and study.
I think a lot of people get confused by that because you put a cast on your arm when you break it, and that sometimes used to be made of plaster, at least. Now there's more modern materials. But when we're, you know, making this protective cocoon around a fossil in the field, we call it a jacket. Yeah.
Dinosaur finds have been discovered on every continent except Antarctica.
Ooh, not anymore. Yeah. We now have dinosaur fossils from Antarctica as well. Dinosaurs are from all 7 continents. They lived all over the world. We found them on all 7 continents. Pretty cool. I think that was around the time that this documentary was being produced that the first dinosaur fossils were discovered in Antarctica. So yeah. Carbon-based dude says, interesting. Thanks. Yeah. Dinosaurs from all over the world. The most famous of the Antarctic dinosaurs is, of course, Cryolophosaurus. Cryolophosaurus. That's a pretty decent one. A little chunky. Cryolophosaurus. We don't know if this animal had feathers or not. It may have. But it's got these really cool crests like that. My favorite... Ooh, there's a formidable looking one. Holy moly. You wouldn't want to see this creature in your nightmares. Or in a dark alley. Or a well-lit coffee shop. But, yeah. Unless it's very well fed. It would eat you. Anyway, my favorite... let's see... William Stout did some really, really excellent Cryolophosaurus illustrations. This is my very favorite one. Something about that. Just beautiful. Really, really extraordinary. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Cryolophosaurus, the frozen crested lizard, Cryolophosaurus, from Antarctica. Got dinosaurs from all 7 continents now. Yeah.
Dinosaur finds have been discovered on every continent except Antarctica.
Nope. Now Antarctica
in at
too.
least 20 states, with the biggest finds in the Rocky Mountain area.
Yeah.
Paleontologists don't always agree on how to put the fragments of bones together.
Anyway, yeah. I think that might be for Maiasaura in this one. I think so. But anyway. Maiasaura, who became Montana's official state fossil on this very day back in 1985. Here we go. Here's a thing from Montana Public Television, I believe, talking about this. Saw this earlier. This is the first time I've ever seen this, was today. It's called A Giant Leap for Dinosaurs. This is very 80s. So, be advised. But, good stuff. Good stuff. It's interesting because I wonder if they tie it back to the space shuttle missions. But, yeah, anyway, take a look. There's our Saturn V right there. Yeah. More dinosaurs. I've never seen that one, Retro Roadshow. No. And WM Steadbot. Yeah, dinosaur necks were articulated. I don't know what you mean. How flexible you mean? How flexible their necks were? That's a good question.
40 feet down, 2.5.
We're still kind of figuring that out.
4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little. That's right.
Anyway, we've all seen it. The moon landing. Pretty extraordinary.
We copy it down, Eagle.
A giant leap for dinosaurs.
We marveled as we saw for the first time our own planet Earth suspended in the vastness of space.
I'll have to check that out, Retro. That sounds cool. That sounds really cool.
Yet, as we continue to probe the heavens, we discover beneath our own feet new clues to the evolution of life on Earth.
Yep. I love this. This makes me happy.
In 1978, less than a decade after Neil Armstrong made the first human footprints on the moon,
Yep.
Jack Horner, a museum preparator from Princeton University,
My old boss.
Bob Macula, a high school science teacher from Rudyard, Montana,
Uh-huh.
made a profound discovery that would revolutionize dinosaur paleontology. Traveling through the Badlands of northwestern Montana, they happened to stop at a rock shop in the small town of Bynum.
Yep.
The owner
Here we
of the
go.
shop, Marion Brandvold, presented them with a coffee can full of tiny fossilized bones. Those few dusty bones were identified by Jack and Bob to be from baby duckbill dinosaurs, a
Yep.
new species of duckbill. Excited by the rare new find, they intensified their search and soon discovered numerous nests containing the fossilized remains of more baby duckbills, along with heavy concentrations of eggshell fragments. The nature of the
these.
evidence found in the nests led Horner to the revolutionary idea that the duckbill dinosaurs cared for their young, much like birds do today.
And this is a revolutionary idea at the time. I mean, holy cow, in the 1970s and the early 1980s, people were used to thinking of dinosaurs as being kind of big, slow, stupid, scaly, antisocial, you know, basically like oversized lizards, but somehow even more sluggish and incompetent than lizards. Lizards are, you know, they can be very speedy little animals. They can be pretty clever. It's like the public and scientific perception of dinosaurs is that, like, they're these big, you know, kind of hapless creatures just kind of wandering around looking for a place to go extinct. Jack Horner and Maiasaura helped to change that idea forever. That's why we're talking about this. That's why I'm devoting a whole stream to Maiasaura today. Is because it's an incredibly important dinosaur for changing our perception of what these animals were like in life. You know? Yeah.
Because of this behavior, they named the new species Maiasaura, from the Greek, meaning good mother lizard.
Yeah.
Later,
Yippee-ki-yay, mother lizard.
clutches of Maiasaur eggs and 2 other dinosaur species were discovered. And a massive graveyard of thousands of adult and juvenile Maiasaurs was unearthed. This new evidence led Horner to theorize that dinosaurs were warm-blooded social animals that traveled in herds and migrated to nesting grounds to rear their young.
And he was right. Here's the evidence right there.
There have been eggs found all over the world, except Australia. And usually at a site, we have eggshell associated with bones. We have found these eggs, these eggshells associated with Protoceratops bones, say in Mongolia. But never have they found an embryo within that.
Wait, did she say Protoceratops? Hang on.
Bones, say in Mongolia. These eggs, these eggshells associated with Protoceratops bones.
Yeah, it turns out those weren't actually Protoceratops eggs. They were Oviraptorosaur eggs, but that's a story for another time. Yeah, that is bunk. That's wrong. We've learned so much since then. This is the thing about dinosaur paleontology, is you watch a documentary from the 80s, so much of this stuff is going to be wrong because we've learned so much since then. You know? Pretty cool. And Rat in a Blender, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Say in Mongolia. But never have they found an embryo within that egg. But here we have a troodon, and we have a hypsilophodont within the egg, and then we have embryonic bone found in the nests here in the Badlands. We have 3 events that happened here. The event that happened on Egg Mountain is one event. The event that preserved the nests in the Badlands is a second event.
I wonder if this still holds up too.
All of the bones here, this herd of 10,000 dinosaurs, is yet a third event. And all of it has happened here in this small area.
Yeah, Troodon's going to make some appearances here, Triceratops. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
In 1982, Jack Horner became curator of paleontology at the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana.
This is my kind of alma mater, you know? More so than Montana State University. I took classes there and everything, and yada, yada, yada. But Museum of the Rockies is where I actually learned everything. You know? It was at Museum of the Rockies and doing fieldwork with Museum of the Rockies. That was my true education, honestly. And Jack Horner built that institution, and he was able to do that because of Maiasaura.
In those few years following 1978, Horner had challenged the long-held view of dinosaurs as sluggish, cold-blooded reptiles.
Oh.
Almost overnight, a revolution in paleontology was underway, and Jack Horner and the Museum of the Rockies were at the forefront.
Yep.
As far as the dinosaur behavior goes, there were no preconceived ideas before we found the material out here. So people had some assumptions based on reptiles. Dinosaurs were thought to be reptiles, therefore they thought that the dinosaurs ought to have reptilian-like behaviors. But as we began to collect information about dinosaur behavior and learn more about modern reptiles, we find that dinosaur behavior was more like bird behavior and similar to behavior of crocodiles.
Tommy Plodicus says, talking about dinosaurs around a fire, what a dream. That's a big part of my life, Tommy Plodicus. Yes, yes, indeed. And this is great. This is Museum of the Rockies that you see right here. Shoot, this is before they had the Wonko Rex out front. This big bronze Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Yeah. All of this, like, looks different nowadays. Holy cow. There's a big addition building over here now. The Tinsley House. They actually moved it closer, I think, maybe? Anyway, yeah. I think there was an addition that was put on over here too. So yeah. Because that doesn't look the same. Anyway, yeah. Museum of the Rockies. They got helicopter shots of it. That's so funny.
Education is the reason for the Museum of the Rockies.
Yep.
And the Burger Dinosaur Hall was created specifically to relate the unparalleled findings of Jack Horner and his associates to the general public.
None of this stuff is still here at Museum of the Rockies. All this is at a different museum now. Except that's still there. That Mosasaurus there. But the Maiasaur models, you can't actually see them at MOR anymore. They don't exist there anymore. They are in a different place. I wonder if I can find video of this. Rudyard Depot Museum in Rudyard, Montana. Oh, holy cow! They've got a whole video here. Nowadays, if you want to see these Maiasaur models, you gotta go up to Rudyard, Montana. And apparently we're gonna see Lila Redding. You know, of Dan and Lila Redding, of Redding Farms. Anyway, yeah.
I'm Lila Redding. I work here at the Rudyard Depot Museum and Dinosaur Hall in Rudyard, Montana. The best part about this museum is the dinosaur behind me, the Gryposaurus, was dug up on our farm. We had it prepared at Montana State University at the Museum of the Rockies, and he is now home in Rudyard. He has real bones. He's not artificial. He's not a cast. He is complete all but his head, and he is related to the Maiasaura, which is Montana's state dinosaur. I think kids and adults.
We're talking all about Maiasaura today.
He is related to the Maiasaura, which is
Maiasaura, Montana state dinosaur. Montana state fossil, actually.
Montana state dinosaur.
Yeah.
I think kids and adults love dinosaurs. They're just fascinating. I think Jurassic Park was a great boost to this profession, and over the years we've met at least 50 students studying paleontology who've come through our museums, come through our dig site. They've become really interested in paleontology and went on to do some very fascinating work.
Yeah.
The Montana Dinosaur Trail is a very important part of the tourism in Montana. We are very happy to be part of it, and there's not too many people that don't find some kind of fascination with dinosaurs. And we just happen to have a real one here.
Yeah.
If you need something to do, Montana has a great dinosaur trail, and there's great museums you can see along the way.
Absolutely.
Ours is right in the middle, and we hope to see you someday.
This is the Rudyard Depot Museum in Rudyard, Montana. So Lila Redding here.
Who've come through our
Yeah.
come through our dig site. They've become really Montana dinosaurs.
So Lila Redding is one of the landowners at up in Rudyard, Montana, and we would dig on her land when here. Pull up that that video clip here. Yeah. You saw this in the welcome video. Longtime viewers know all about this.
Television Network.
Yeah.
10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their
This is from
private
2017.
ranch north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons.
Yep.
KTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yep.
Husband and wife paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip.
Oh, and hang on. Who is that dingus right there? Not the guy in the blue shirt, but the guy in the sun helmet. Who's this? Oh, my goodness. Anyway, here's Denver Fowler. That was Liz Friedman Fowler that you saw brushing.
Husband and wife paleontologists Liz and Denver.
Oh, and by the way, that's Jack Wilson right there, for whom Daspletosaurus wilsoni is named. He discovered Daspletosaurus wilsoni.
Denver,
Oh, yeah.
taking students on a field trip in the coulee 2 years ago.
I'll give you a link to
on
this.
Armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be. But we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice.
It's a
and
tibia
solid
right
here,
there.
And it widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
79 million.
And so I didn't know that a film crew was coming that day. I didn't have my like proper sketchbook or pencils or anything with me. And Denver told me like, "Hey, Danny, why don't you just sketch us up a notosaur real quick?" And I'm like, Denver, I don't have any of my arts. I had like a fountain pen and a Sharpie, I think, because we had Sharpies in the quarry. And so I just threw this together real quick to try and show what a notosaur would look like. But yeah, it's something kind of like that, you know? If I actually had more time, I could have done it much, much, much better than that. But this is what I whipped together real quickly while they were filming. You know?
Years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
Yep.
Do it for these students.
So this is Dan and Lila Redding. You just saw Lila in the video there. They're the landowners, and they are, holy cow. These people, I cannot say enough good things about them. So Dan and Lila Redding are private landowners. They've got a wheat farm up in Rudyard, Montana. And yeah. Normally private landowners, when they hear that they have dinosaurs on their property, they go, ooh, their pupils turn into dollar signs, and they go, how much can I sell this for? Not Dan and Lila. They have invited my crew and a number of other crews to go out and dig on their land, you know, for the public good, for the advancement of science. So, yeah, a tremendous paleontologizing salute to Dan and Lila Redding for everything they have done for the science of dinosaur paleontology. We truly owe them a lot, and, yeah. Pog indeed, various ends. Pog indeed. Yeah.
Dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students, and the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week. Over the next few years, they will clean, study, and make copies of the skeleton. Near
Plockman's Mustard says, "There's me." Yeah, that was indeed you, Plockman's Mustard.
a local high school scientist
there's me.
explored the coulee about 35 years ago.
Yeah, this is not me exploring the coulee 35 years ago. That was Bob Makala. But, yeah, here's me.
And told the Reddings they were sitting
There's
in a
Plockman's
dinosaur
Mustard.
boneyard.
Yeah.
The Reddings invited top
This is glue, PVA glue, polyvinyl acetate glue, what we call Vinac, that's being put onto the fossil here to help consolidate it, keep it from crumbling, so we can take it back to the laboratory. And, Dobla Malta, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And yeah, glue is cheap, Tommy Platygus. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Dan and Lila Redding. That's up in Rudyard, Montana. Also on the High Line. In Montana, there's a thing that we call the High Line. I think it's Highway 2? Do I have that right? Montana High Line. Yeah, just wide open spaces. But there we go. Great Northern through Montana. There you go. Yeah. Through Kremlin and Havre, Chinook, Zurich, Haarlem, Fort Belknap, Malta. Malta, Tampico, Glasgow, Fort Peck, Nashua, Wolf Point, Poplar, and Culbertson. Highway 2. We call this the High Line in Montana. And Rudyard is basically right here, I think, between... Actually, I think Rudyard is more... right here. I think it's out here past Kremlin. But yeah. Lots of incredible dinosaur fossils all along here. North of Malta, south of Malta, I've done a lot of field work down here and up here as well. A lot up near Rudyard. Incredible place to find dinosaur fossils. Oh yeah. And Retro Roadshow says, did they get anything from lending their land out like that? Like, is there a place people can donate to them? I mean, Retro Roadshow, if you would like to contribute to Dan and Lila Redding, then I'm sure they would really appreciate a donation to the Rudyard Depot Museum on the Montana Dinosaur Trail. Yeah. Dan and Lila do pretty well for themselves. They're really hard workers. They've got a pretty successful farm. So I don't think they're hurting for cash. But, there we go. The Depot Museum. Rudyard Museum. You can get in contact with them through here. If any generous benefactors are looking to contribute something, I'm sure they would appreciate that tremendously. There is the website for the Rudyard Depot Museum. Yeah, Dinosaur Museum. Oh, sorry, Dinosaur. Anyway, you can get to it from here. Click around. They also have a vintage auto museum and some other stuff. Really cool. There's their phone number. You could contact one old sorehead at rudyardmuseum.com. They would be really, really grateful to have any kind of donation or support. Or if you're ever passing through Highway 2 in northern Montana, make sure you visit the Rudyard Depot Museum. Yeah. They actually have a tradition in Rudyard called the Old Sorehead. Here we go. I've never seen this before, but this will talk about it. This is from, holy cow, from today?
This is the height of a...
Yeah, Rudyard is not a, it's not a well-known town. Apparently Shia LaBeouf's dad was actually, he lives in Rudyard or is from Rudyard or something. But apart from that, it's claimed to fame as dinosaurs. But yeah, holy cow, this made like national news, the old sorehead election. Oh, this is great.
Season in a tiny Montana town. And on the eve of the final vote, the candidates are making their final grumpy cases to the public.
Yeah.
Campaign correspondent on the ground, Harry Smith, has our Sunday closer.
Along Route 2 in northern Montana.
This is great.
The little town of Rudyard.
Yeah.
You can't miss the sign. 596 nice people and one old sorehead. They're about to elect a new sorehead here, and you know us media types, we just couldn't stay away.
To be a sorehead?
Well, not really very much.
The sorehead is theoretically the town's grumpiest person, but in fact, it's usually one of the nice guys who gets picked. Bob Toner.
Yep, so it's an honorary title. It's like, here is somebody in the community who everybody loves, you know? It's very like self-deprecating. If you get elected as the old sorehead, that generally means you're a really, really nice guy and everybody loves you. Dan Redding, actually, you know, landowner, he would let us dig on his land. He was old sorehead, I think, a number of times.
Toner was himself the sorehead here.
Yeah.
The tire shop owner knows well the considerable responsibility that goes with this elected office.
Great Falls Tribune put Rudyard on the top 50 things to do on your bucket list in the state of Montana.
Yeah.
And one of them was to shake hands with the old sorehead in Rudyard.
Really?
Yeah, wow. So it was, I don't know, 8, 10 guys stopped in and had to have them a picture taken. And,
8 or 10?
Yeah, that was a big deal.
Stop the influx.
It's 8 or 10 more than we've had in the last couple of weeks.
Not unlike other American elections, money plays a big role here. To vote, you put $1 in a coffee can with a candidate's name and picture on it.
Oh, and there you go, Dan Redding. For election, for old sorehead. I wonder who won this year. This would have been 5 years ago. Dan Redding has been the old sorehead a number of times. I think a number of times. Up for re-election here. I wonder who won.
The money raised supports the town senior center.
Oh.
I know myself well enough to know that I have the potential to be a sorehead.
You might have to stay in town for a while to really drum up enough money to be in contention.
Yeah.
We'd enjoy your participation.
On a perfect late summer evening, all of the candidates but one showed up for a picnic.
Do you want to be elected?
Well, there's better candidates than...
By the way, this is, so like the local, you know, the gathering place for the town is the Rudyard Depot Museum. So I think that is the barn with the old tractors and the automobiles in it. I think this is the old, like, town museum, and then behind the camera is the dinosaur museum portion of the Rudyard Depot Museum. Yeah.
More deserving, I guess.
Nicer or sorer?
Well, I don't like none of them really, but they're all okay.
There were no stump speeches.
They told me all you have to do is show up.
But the homemade food
Well, that's a frog eye salad.
What's a frog eye salad?
was truly inspirational.
I've made this observation, years in the news business, master of the obvious. No women candidates. Does that mean no woman is a sorehead?
It means we have some smart men in our community.
Folks in Rudyard take that community spirit thing to heart. They even invited me into the election.
So Rudyard is a truly friendly town in a lot of ways. This is the thing, like in rural Montana, I don't know. I'm not one of these people who go, oh yeah, small town life. everybody's so friendly and everything's wonderful. There's some small towns in Montana where people are really nasty and you don't want to stay there. And it's just like, ugh. Rudyard, one of the nicest towns I've ever visited. I don't know. And I have friends from rural Montana who kind of laid out how this happens. When towns get really, really small, they kind of bipolarize. You either have a town with a lot of really, really nice people, and it's usually like a few good people, you know, ensure that they kind of set the tone for the whole town. You got other towns where people are nasty and mean, and then it's just a nasty, awful town. I'm not going to say which towns are which in rural Montana, except to say that Rudyard is one of the nice ones, for sure. Yeah.
Still, there was the matter of residency, and they figured that out too.
Wow, this is kind of the fancy end of town out here.
And then you get down to the end of the street, you take a left. There you go.
An outhouse for the outlier candidate. No jokes, please, about just how much sense this might make.
It gives you the option of having the residency here in town.
Anyway, this is dinosaur country in Montana.
It doesn't take too much.
Clearly not.
And where's Dan? There's Dan Redding right there with a dinosaur hat. Dan Redding, right there. Yeah. He's won the title of Old Sorehead a number of times, I believe. And what an honor. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. If you want to go see those models nowadays, they're no longer at Museum of the Rockies. They're at the Rudyard Depot Museum in Rudyard, Montana. And I actually have some photographs of myself with them. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Should be in my fieldwork photos folder. There we go. Summer 2011, that should do it. Yeah, here is me with our dinosaur today, Maiasaura. This is back in 2011. As paleontologists and field crew volunteers, Dan and Lila actually let us like climb into the exhibits and interact with the models and everything. We got to go beyond the stanchions and the ropes. I was going to say velvet ropes, but they're not velvet. I can't afford that kind of thing. They're like sisal ropes, like really coarse material. And we were able to go past those and actually like, yeah. This is pretty special. It really was. I've got some more photos. Here is Nate Carroll and Lee Hall, who themselves now both work in museums as curators or museum scientists, looking at the baby Maiasaura here. Nate Carroll, Lee Hall. We just had a little photo shoot going on. It was wonderful. Here is a Maiasaura wearing my hat. Here is me trying to escape detection of an Orodromius. Yeah. I think I've got some more of me holding the baby Maiasaurs. Where are those, though? Shoot. Yep, right there. Here is me cradling a baby Maiasaura. Oh. Yeah, that was a good time. This was my very first summer in the field. I was one of the youngest members of the crew. And to me, I don't know, that I grew up the oldest out of, I'm older than my younger brother. I'm older than all of my cousins. I was the youngest kid in my family, always. And I was used to being one of the oldest members of my class growing up, through school. So to be the youngest and most novice member of a crew like that is really different for me, and that felt really special. I could look up to everybody on that crew, and it was truly extraordinary. That was a wonderful, wonderful summer. Yeah. Other members of this crew, Lee Hall now works at Museum of the Rockies. Nate Carroll runs his own museum in Ekalaka, Montana now. Denver Fowler is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I was really, really lucky to be a member of such a cool crew, and yeah, have such wonderful experiences here at the museum. So yeah. Anyway. And what am I petting there? That's a baby Maiasaura, Frankie Viking. We are talking all about Maiasaura today. The good mother lizard. You know. Yippee-ki-yay, mother lizard. This is the state fossil of Montana, and Maiasaura was named the official state fossil of Montana on this very day, February 22nd, 1985. It's funny, because Maiasaura was only named in, like, 1979, I think? Discovered in 1978? It's a really, really short period between its initial discovery and its designation as official state fossil. It's pretty cool. So anyway, let's get back to this. I think this is from Montana Public Television from back in the 80s. Talking about Maiasaura. And let's continue. I've got to go run to the bathroom. Got to go pay a visit to, we've got to go ascend the porcelain throne. I'll be back in just a minute here. But you continue to watch this, and I will be right back, okay? Here we go. Oh.
You know what those are?
His hand.
Those are his fingers. And the last part of his wing is actually his little pinky. Can you do that? Only he had a really long little pinky. And that was how he could fly.
Miss, what's that over there with a long beak standing?
That's one of the same animals. That's a Quetzalcoatlus. That's an awfully big name. But what that is, it's a flying reptile. It's not a dinosaur, it's a flying reptile.
After workers locate and unearth the remains of 80-million-year-old dinosaurs, the museum staff begins on a scientific journey that allows them to virtually turn back the clock and recreate the ancient world of the dinosaurs. Scientists compile evidence such as the nature of the geological layers in which the fossils are found and the orientations of fossils in the ground. They compare growth rates of fossilized dinosaur bone with the bones of animals living today and conduct biomechanical research to help determine what dinosaurs looked like and how they moved. And they study the behavior of living birds and reptiles to try to understand how dinosaurs lived.
Anytime we're looking at dinosaurs, we don't have a living one. We have to look at living animals and attempt to make comparisons. That's the only thing we have to compare with if we're going to look at them as living animals. And so for herding, yes, we look at buffalo and bison and elk and caribou and wildebeests and anything else. And we see the same kinds of things with them.
Yep.
But a wildebeest and a dinosaur were not the same animal. Maybe
You're very, very different. So this is my old boss, Jack Horner, for anybody who's just walking in. For anybody who is new, if you've just waltzed in recently, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. I study them. I dig them up. I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. This guy here, Jack Horner, is my old boss, back when I worked at Museum of the Rockies. And, yeah, talking about these remarkable creatures here. Frankie Viking says his fingers? Oh, we were talking about the pterosaurs, right? Yes, indeed. So pterosaurs, flying reptiles. Not dinosaurs, but flying reptiles. Pterosaurs. These flying reptiles. Their wing membrane that's their fourth finger. Their ring finger sticks out super, super, super far. They've got a hypertrophied ring finger like that. That's what forms the wing membrane. Pterosaur wing structure. There you go. Yeah. So that's their hand right there, and then their ring finger sticks out. That's what actually forms the wing membrane. See? Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anywho. Oh, she made air quote. Oh, I gotcha, Frankie Viking. Okay. No worries. I wasn't watching. I was using the restroom. But yeah. And Retro Roadshow, my goodness. Retro Roadshow says Danny needs a museum. Let's buy him one. Retro Roadshow, I appreciate you tremendously. I know you might be like kind of half joking there, but that's ultimately not to own a museum, but to establish a museum, to start one, is kind of my lifelong goal. I, of course, was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area. That's where I'm streaming to you from right now. And with every wonderful thing that we have in the San Francisco Bay Area, gorgeous weather, beautiful scenery, amazing culture, we don't have a public-facing dinosaur museum or like natural history museum. It just doesn't exist. Like a fossil museum open to the public with lots of exhibits, especially dinosaurs, does not exist in the Bay Area. We've got 9 million people living in the Bay Area. We've got an economy larger than Saudi Arabia's. We've got so many things that we can point to and say, yeah, that's here. We don't have what you could call a dinosaur museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Or anywhere in California, north of Los Angeles. So yeah, someday I would love to establish that. The Bay Area has an incredible fossil heritage for, for Pleistocene mammals. We even have a few dinosaurs here in California. But, not from the Bay Area, but from California at large. No dinosaur museum, though. I'd like to change that someday. And when I worked at UCMP in Berkeley, the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, which is like a university collections, they've got a few like exhibits for the public to walk by and see, but it's in an academic building. It's on the college campus. There's classrooms all around, and then in the hallways there's a few fossil displays, including a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. People would look this up online and they would see this picture and they'd go, wow, a dinosaur museum. Parents would call in, they'd look up the phone number and they'd call the front desk and they'd talk to my friend Chris, who runs the front desk at the museum, and they'd say, hey, I'd love to bring my kids to see the museum. What are your hours? And Chris would have to tell them, well, you're welcome to bring your kids here, but this is a college classroom building. They can walk by and they can see the T-Rex skeleton and a few other little exhibits, but it's not like a museum open to the public. It's a research collections. We've got like 1 million fossil specimens, but they're all in the back, under lock and key, in these big metal compactors. It's a scientific research collections, not like a public-facing museum. People are really disappointed by that. Chris gets these calls like every single week, multiple times a week. There's definitely a hunger for this kind of thing in the Bay Area. It's an open niche. There's a vacancy there. Somebody needs to establish a public-facing fossil museum in the San Francisco Bay Area, because we don't have it yet. The people want it. It doesn't exist. Someday I want to do that. It would be such a boon for science outreach and communication, and we deserve that, The people deserve that. So someday, I want to do that. But for right now, we're talking about Maiasaura. So let's get back to Maiasaura, shall we? Yeah. There we go.
We should be looking at flocks of birds.
Flocks of birds. There you go, Lenina. Me too.
Cretaceous period, 80 million years before humans lived on the Earth, a large sea covered the interior of North America. Many large and unusual animals lived in the sea and along its shore.
Yeah. So we call this the WIS, the Western Interior Seaway. Let's pull up our map again. Our ancient Earth globe. And let's go back to, say, 90 million years ago. They don't have 80, so we'll do 90. This is what our planet Earth looked like 90 million years ago. Africa. India was down here. It hadn't crashed into Asia yet. South America. Europe up here. There's mainland Asia. North America. And Montana. So at the time, there was a shallow seaway that flooded the interior of North America. We call this the WIS, the Western Interior Seaway. Think of it like the Mediterranean Sea, but right in the middle of Canada and the US, and it's kind of kissing Mexico there too. You know, a North American Mediterranean. Shallow, fairly tropical warm sea, and along its shores lived dinosaurs. So the WIS would ebb and flow, it would advance and retreat, and we can actually track how it does that over time, which is really, really cool. But, yeah, this is what they're talking about right there. And in this sea swam all kinds of really cool creatures. You know, mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, giant sea turtles, big carnivorous fishes like Xiphactinus. Pterosaurs like Pteranodon would have dove in and caught fishes. And there you go. There's a mosasaur, a big carnivorous ocean-going lizard. Another mosasaur right there. These are the critters that lived in that seaway at the time. There you go. Marine fauna of the Western Interior Seaway. Beautiful. Big old ammonites, too. And even some ichthyosaurs at one point before they go extinct. Yeah, that's the WIS. And Megarachnes, I think Megarachnes, that's the giant spider from the Carboniferous period, right, Synthberry? That's from, like, hundreds of millions of years before the dinosaurs. Or 800 million years before the dinosaurs, maybe. But yeah, yeah. There we are. Let's get rid of those tabs. Let's continue. The WIS. Here we go. Yeah. Beautiful work by Douglas Henderson. Exquisite. There's a polycotylid plesiosaur. A mosasaur up on land. This got beached. Yeah. Beautiful.
To the west of the Great Sea, the Earth was alive with volcanoes and rugged mountain ranges recently thrust up from the Earth's interior.
Yep.
The Cretaceous period was a time of global warming, and the Cretaceous sea would rise and fall with fluctuations in the mountain building.
Yep.
The North American continent, when Maiasaurs lived here, was bisected by a seaway that extended from the Arctic Ocean clear to the Gulf of Mexico. And that sea level fluctuated a lot.
What'd I tell you?
There were times when from the mountains to the seaway was about 400 miles. But there were other times when the shore of the seaway was right against the mountains. And dinosaurs lived on a big coastal plain between the mountains and the seaway. So you can imagine when there was a big coastal plain, it was 400 miles wide, there was lots of room for the dinosaurs to run around. But when the sea was up against the mountains, there wasn't any room. So what we're looking at now is what happens to the populations of dinosaurs when the seaway changes. And what we're finding is that there does appear to be a time when dinosaur evolution speeds up That is when a seaway is coming in.
Yep.
But we have to collect a lot of specimens to test that.
So this is such a cool idea, and this is still ongoing to this very day. Some of the work that I'm going to be doing this next summer out in the field in Utah and Wyoming is going to be testing some of these hypotheses, trying to collect specimens and try and figure this out, because that seaway ebbs and flows. It creates more habitat for dinosaurs and less habitat for dinosaurs, and that affects dinosaur evolution. It affects whether dinosaurs can make their way into different areas or not, or whether their populations get isolated and they can turn into different species because they're isolated. Yeah, it's really, really cool stuff. So Jack Horner was kind of starting with this back in the 1980s, and he was breaking new ground. These are things that we're still working on to this very day. Jack was one of the first people to work on it. Yeah. And Synthberry says, do you need volunteers to help on the dig? Like, their paleontological crews always need volunteers. And here, if you're interested in volunteering for a dinosaur dig, let's see. Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Volunteer on a dinosaur dig. There we go. Yeah. There's my boot right there again. And there's Plockman's mustard. There's Liz Friedman Fowler. Right here. There's Jack Wilson's boot. There's my boot. I'm digging up that Ankylosaur. And thank you, Oscar Juniors, for gifting Retro Roadshow. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Volunteer on a summer dinosaur dig. There's lots of programs like this across the U.S. and into Canada and other countries too. But there's a link there if it's a good place to start. Look at that beautiful Tyrannosaur tooth. Ah, those serrations there, those denticles. Lovely. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. You're taking a break in that one? There you go, Plockman's mustard. Yes, indeed. That was Plockman's mustard. Right here. Whoop. Scoot that over. There you go. How many other times do I show up on the Badlands Dinosaur Museum website? I wonder. Claws? So I thought I showed up in some of these. Dinosaur fieldwork. It's probably on this. Yep, there's my boot again. This is volunteer. Did they change it? Let's see. Is this the same page? Oh, there we go. There's me. There's me right here. Let's embiggen that image. There's me and Denver Fowler digging up Count Tricula. This is a Triceratops that I found in the Hell Creek Formation, central Montana, back in 2015. And there's maybe a different kind of mustard there, actually. It's not you, Plockmans. That's a different mustard. But yeah. Yeah. Let's end small on this now. There's me again. Right there. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is up near Malta, Montana. Digging up that hadrosaur arm that's at the museum there. Another duck-billed dinosaur like our Maiasaura. So anyway, let's get back to Maiasaura here and continue talking about this dinosaur.
Here's to the Berger Dinosaur Hall, or orient it to big concepts like geological time and dinosaur paleontology.
Yeah.
Setting the scene for a dinosaur hall that recreates a day in Montana 80 million years ago. In the Berger Hall, interactive technology provides a hands-on way to grasp these mind-expanding ideas. The good mother lizards, the Maiasaurs, might be called state-of-the-art dinosaurs, They embody the revolutionary thinking of Jack Horner and the museum staff. Since the discoveries of dinosaur fossils in the early 19th century, most paleontologists have accepted an interpretation of dinosaurs as cold-blooded reptiles that depended on external heat to maintain high energy levels. Horner noticed that in the Maiasaura nests, eggshells had been crushed into very small fragments, indicating the hatchlings spent a good amount of time in the nests, most likely cared for by the mother.
Or father. We don't really know. Could also be both parents. Maiasaura means good mother lizard, you know? That's why it's Maiasaura rather than Maiasaurus, is that the feminine suffix saura is used, yeah, for something like Maya. Maya, good mother, Saura, feminine lizard. But yeah, it could be that the fathers were taking care of the eggs. If they're anything like ostriches today, then it's the dad who actually takes care of the eggs and the babies. Or it could have been both parents. We really don't know that yet. We're still figuring this part out. But yeah.
Similar to that of birds today.
We know from out here that Maiasaurs nested in colonies like birds, and that they separated their nests from one another about the length of their own body, so they didn't get in the way of each other. We know that they laid about 25 eggs. We don't know how long the incubation period was. We're pretty sure that they covered the nest with vegetation, because we're pretty sure they didn't sit on their eggs, right?
Yeah. Too heavy.
Not more than once, anyway.
Too heavy for that.
And then, after the babies hatched, we have evidence that the babies stayed in the nest until they were about 3.5 to 4 feet long. And based on bone studies, we know that now that is about a month, about 4 weeks.
Only a month?
Yep.
Wow.
And there's the old camp at Egg Mountain. So Museum of the Rockies famously would use tents out there. Excuse me, not tents. Rather than using tents, they would use teepees out here. It turns out, you know, the First Nations people, the native people, you know, who inhabited Montana for millennia, they knew exactly what they were doing with these portable shelters like this. Holy cow. So, yeah. I visited Egg Mountain a few times and set up a tent there and been really, really lucky that the wind wasn't blowing particularly high. Particularly hard. It gets really, really windy up near Choteau, Montana, up here in Egg Mountain. And people's tents get absolutely shredded by the wind. Also, trailers get blown over by the wind. Incredibly high winds there. What stands up to them are teepees like this. I actually got to help set up some of these teepees one time. I got to sleep in them. It was really cool. Yeah. It's technology that just works, you know? They are efficient as heck. Indeed, Retro Roadshow. Yes. And, let's see. Palaxi says, what happens when it rains? Palaxi, you mean when it rains in the field? When we're out digging up dinosaurs, Paulo? Well, shoot, we try and stay dry, we stay inside, and we wait for the rain to stop. We can't really dig dinosaurs in the rain. Rain can destroy fossils like that. It can turn our quarries into mud pits. So hopefully we've covered everything over really nicely. Because, yeah, sometimes when it rains, when you're out in the, out there in the west, the rains can come hard and fast, and sometimes you just get kind of swamped. It's, it can be disastrous if you get really unlucky. Yeah. I'll try and find you a video of this. Let's see, where was that? Because we had a bad rain day one time. Yeah, that's some pretty intense rain. It doesn't rain often, but when it does, it can just dump. And we had one particular day where we practically had a flash flood. It was pretty dramatic. And I'm trying to find video of that right here from this past summer. Shoot, I don't know if I have it. Oh, here we go. This is the aftermath. I thought to start filming after, yeah. 2 minutes before this, ground was dry as a bone. And so, yeah, this is our quarry. It just got swamped by a sudden influx of rain like this. So you got to make sure that you dig drainage ditches so your quarry doesn't turn into a bathtub. Yeah. Ugh. You don't want that to happen. So yeah. And but yeah. And Retro Roadshow says, just imagine entire cities of these existing and not destroying everything in sight. What were they thinking? Yeah, there you go, Retro Roadshow. Yeah. The TPs, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Back to this here. Teepees. Holy cow. Unfortunately, I don't have enough space in my car to fit a teepee because they are pretty bulky. They're great for carrying on horses and stuff, but they don't necessarily... The poles from a teepee don't necessarily fit into a Toyota Prius. I've got a different tent for this next summer. Hopefully that'll stand up to the wind half as well as a teepee will. But yeah. And C64 Television says, cool, my son is Ojibwe too. Very cool, Television. Ojibwe, that's like Midwest, like Wisconsin region, areas around there, right? Am I right about that? Ojibwe? People with Ojibwe heritage, their ancestors are from, I want to say near like the upper Midwest or something, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. Very nice, Retro Roadshow. Thank you. Yeah, and Canada. Yeah. So the people who, the native peoples who lived in this part of Montana would be the Blackfeet, Blackfoot tribe. I don't think the Sioux ever came this far west, although I could be wrong. And it might also be like Crow and Assiniboine tribes. But shoot, I don't know. You know? I'm a California guy. I don't know much about this. I only lived in Montana for what, 8 years? But yeah. Anywho, I was really lucky to be able to visit Egg Mountain a number of times. I never really did field work here, but we had to come here every summer to pick up our gear, because that's where we would store it. We'd have to drive all the way up to Choteau and then Egg Mountain, and then all the way out to Fort Peck, Jordan, Montana, Hell Creek. So yeah.
Maiasaura nesting grounds, an unusual deposit of thousands of disarticulated or randomly scattered juvenile and adult Maiasaura bones was found, concentrated in an area 2 miles long and a half-mile wide.
Holy cow.
As many as
2 miles long and a half-mile wide. Just a pavement of dinosaur fossils. Man, so this is the thing. If we had multi-million-dollar budgets, we could send crews out here. If we ever had like in the 1930s, a civilian conservation corps, but just to dig dinosaurs, you know? Think about what we could do. We could dig up thousands of Maiasaur specimens. We could have the largest collection of dinosaur fossils from anywhere in the world if we could just go there and dig in. If we had the funding for that kind of thing. Imagine that. Imagine what we could learn. Imagine how much we could advance dinosaur science. And find a million other things, too. Think of the turtles and the mammals, the theropods and the, you know, the early birds and all these other creatures that we could find there. Not just Maiasaura, but we could piece together an entire ecosystem. It's out there, you know? We don't have the budgets for it. Paleontology is a seriously underfunded science. It's not that dinosaur fossils are rare. They are in many places, but not in places like this. You know? Holy cow. Yeah. Retro Roadshow says if we could just shave about 50 feet off the entire surface of the Earth, sift it and put it back. I mean, it's kind of slowly happening through erosion anyway. We'd just be accelerating that process. Imagine what we could learn, you know? Imagine the number of scientists we could train. Imagine what a boon for the local economy, too. We really need a new deal for this kind of thing, you know? I dream of that happening. You know, a Green New Deal funding scientific fieldwork, too. The thought sets my heart aflutter. But yeah. Yeah.
A deposit of thousands of disarticulated or randomly scattered juvenile and adult Maiasaur bones was found.
They're just sitting there,
concentrated in an
eroding
area
out of the
2
ground.
miles long and a half-mile wide. As many as 30 bones per square meter were found in this Maiasaur trash heap.
Holy cow. 30 bones per square meter.
Horner theorizes that the dinosaurs were killed in a catastrophic volcanic event, and their remains transported by a river of mud to their present location.
Yeah.
The fact that this many
Beautiful
Maiasaurs
art
were found together
by Douglas
indicated
Henderson.
to Horner the exciting prospect that the dinosaurs congregated in a herd before they were killed.
And after they left the nest, of course they were fed by the parent, and after they left the nest, they stayed probably in family groups for a period of time, and then joined the big herds. And the herds, we know, were at least 10,000 individuals and probably many more.
10,000 individuals. Holy cow.
In a herd. And we know that they migrated north to south and south to north.
The world-famous Egg Mountain site revealed a new species of hypsilophenodontid dinosaur named Orodromius maculae. They nested in colonies, but probably did not care for their young as the Maiasaur did. Egg Mountain was actually an island in the middle of an alkaline lake, and Orodromius was not alone on that small island. Many teeth from the small predatory dinosaur called Troodon are found among the Orodromius nests. And teeth from the formidable carnivore Albertosaurus, a Tyrannosaurus rex-like predator of the Cretaceous, are also scattered about. One can imagine a small pack of the carnivorous Troodon, like wolves or perhaps hyenas, stalking the helpless Orodromius hatchlings on a day 80 million years ago.
There's Troodon there. Uh-oh. Got an Orodromius hanging from his mouth. I'm looking for Jack's first book that he ever wrote. It's called Maya, A Baby Dinosaur Grows Up, and I have a copy of it. It's here somewhere. I'm trying to find it. So that's why I'm all hunched over right now. But yeah, there's your Troodon there, everybody. Everybody loves a Troodon. Yeah. And Gimblink says, what is the evidence for a catastrophic volcanic event? I always assume flash floods are far more common. Well, we have volcanic ash here. Very fine-grained volcanic ash at the site, where we think that there was maybe a pyroclastic flow, or maybe just like outgassing of toxic volcanic gases or something. But there's something volcanic going on there because it left ash all over these fossils, and we see that there in the rocks. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
During the Cretaceous period, the climate in Montana was much different than it is today. There were no permanent ice caps at the poles of the Earth, and sea level was much higher. Thus, Montana had a more temperate climate. Seed-bearing gymnosperms like ginkgos, cycads, and conifers dominated the landscape, and seedless plants like ferns covered the forest floor. It's hard to imagine our world without flowers, but there were no flowers until the Cretaceous period. At that time, the first flowering plants or angiosperms evolved. One theory suggests that flowering plants evolved after dinosaur browsing habits shifted from high tree browsing to low shrub and ground feeding. Thus, pressure from the dinosaurs may have caused the evolution of the flowering plants.
Yeah, this is an old idea from Bob Bacher right here. I don't know how to really test this idea, but it's in this book. The Dinosaur Heresies. This chapter, When Dinosaurs Invented Flowers. Let me find that. There we go. So it's an interesting idea. Usually, plants dictate the evolution of animals rather than the other way around, but there is an idea, could be true, I don't know, that maybe dinosaurs led to the evolution of flowering plants, in the sense that if they overgrazed... there we go. Phase 1. Come on. Focus, camera. There we go. Phase 1. You get tree ferns, conifers, angiosperms, cycads. The dinosaurs start to come through these low-browsing herbivores. Your ankylosaurs, your iguanodontians, later your hadrosaurs. Phase 2, they just kind of go through, they mow everything down. And Phase 3, the plants that can grow the fastest afterward, the plants that can recover the fastest, are the ones that take over. Angiosperms, the flowering plants. That's basically the idea right there. I don't work on plants, and I've got to be careful as a dinosaur paleontologist not to be too presumptuous and say, like, oh yeah, it's perfectly feasible that we have flowers because of dinosaurs, you know? I work on dinosaurs. I don't know anything about plants. So yeah, I gotta stay in my lane there, so to speak. But it is an idea that exists there, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Sir Golden says, in 3 days I will sub. Wait. Well, I look forward to that. Sir Golden, thank you for that promise. And, in 3 days... Well, that'll be Saturday. I don't stream on Saturdays, but I'll be here tomorrow and Friday, too. If you'd care to subscribe then, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah. Any kind of support I get here is... it's just such an honor, you know? So yeah. If you want to support science outreach on Twitch, subscribing is one way to do it, so thank you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Our guys did that, says Sloppy Salamander. Yeah, there you go. I don't want to be like that. I'm a dinosaur guy. I don't want to be I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I have no desire to be a dinosaur chauvinist, you know? Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
There is no way to determine whether dinosaurs invented flowers or
Wow! Jack just, yeah, being blunt with it, you know? I think Jack was kind of pushing back against Bacher's idea here when dinosaurs invented flowers. Jack is like, yeah, we don't know that.
There is no way to determine whether dinosaurs invented flowers or flowers invented those low-browsing dinosaurs. I mean, it's a chicken and egg situation. There's no way to figure that out.
Yeah.
But what is interesting is what happens to the dinosaurs when we get angiosperms. And one of the most important things that happens is that we see herding. In other words, we for the first time have an opportunity to have migrations. Dinosaurs can migrate with the seasons and continually have plants to eat. And that is the first time we actually see large groups of dinosaurs, like duck-billed dinosaurs and ceratopsians, is in conjunction with the evolution of angiosperms.
So I do wonder if this is still true, Like, I think we do have evidence of some sort of dinosaur migration back in the Morrison Formation, the late Jurassic, North America, 150 million years ago, give or take. So yeah, I do wonder about that. Whether this really is the first time that we have evidence of mass migration in dinosaurs. This is certainly really excellent evidence of mass migration in dinosaurs, and maybe that's kind of what Jack means here, is that we don't have solid bulletproof evidence of mass migration of dinosaurs and social groups, before the Campanian stage of the late Cretaceous, here in places like the Two Medicine Formation and stuff like that, So yeah.
In conjunction with the evolution of angiosperms.
Hey, Only Diamond, welcome back to you. How you doing, Only Diamond? Howdy, howdy. They say, oh my goodness, it's Paleontologizing with Danny. Good old times when I haven't been here. Missed you too, Only Diamond. It's great to see you. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
At the end of each field season, Jack Horner comes back to the museum with new and exciting finds.
Ooh, half jackets. That's not quite like Jack.
Jack Horner comes back to the
These are there's no top jacket on these. They're just bottom jackets. What's up with that? Oh boy. Anyway, these are fossil jackets, like plaster of Paris and burlap. We use these to kind of cocoon fossils, protect them on their way back to the laboratory. I guess these were just going to go straight back there, huh? They weren't going to sit in storage.
Finds. Many of these world-class fossils are exhibited in the glass menagerie on the Mesozoic balcony.
Yeah. Is that Ionosaurus or Ankylosaurus? This looks like Ankylosaurus. This is before this dinosaur was actually... Man, it kind of got de-squished. But Ankylosaurus... Yeah... Ankylosaurus is a horned dinosaur with no horns, oddly enough. A lovely depiction of it right there. Oh, that's a beautiful one. I love that. Ankylosaurus. Lovely. Yeah. Ankylosaurus would later be named after Jack. Ankylosaurus horneri. This is what it looks like in the Museum of the Rockies today. Same specimen, I think. I think it was named by Scott Sampson, one of Jack's students. Named it after Jack. But Ankylosaurus horneri. One of a number of dinosaurs named after Jack Horner. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. And hey, Digital Dak, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Salamander says he quite liked doing that, didn't he? Well, clapping back against Bacher? Somebody's got to, Salamander. Bacher was right about a lot of things, but he was certainly... Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Ankylosaurus. There we go. There's that same specimen before it got de-squishified. And now it looks like this. Very nice. Yeah.
As visitors exit the Burger Dinosaur Hall, they are met with an intriguing sight.
What's
Workers
this?
surrounded by large femurs, massive jawbones, and formidable skulls.
Interesting.
They patiently clean and prepare the bones from one of Jack Horner's famous digs.
Is this the prep lab? The viewing lab? It didn't used to look like that. Yeah.
The Bowman Fossil Bank is a place to ask questions about the processes of excavating and preparing.
Holy cow, I didn't realize it used to be called that. Now it's called the Bowman Fossil Viewing Lab, I think. Shoot, yeah. Yeah. Back when I lived in Montana, I was, how do I put this? Romantically involved with a woman whose family made a contribution here, and I, like, wait, hang on, that last name sounds familiar. Anyway, yeah.
There's an interesting thing about paleontology. The American Museum of Natural History in New York has the biggest collection of dinosaur bones in the world. And for
They used to. Oh boy, AMH used to have the biggest collection of dinosaur bones in the world. Nowadays, I think that might be Museum of the Rockies. Or it might be a museum in China. There's a lot of museums in China with tremendous untold numbers of dinosaur fossils. But, yeah. Anyway, what's he going to say about AMNH?
Has the biggest collection of dinosaur bones in the world. And for years was at the forefront in paleontology.
Yeah.
This museum in size is a fraction of that museum. This museum is now in the forefront in the whole world in paleontology research.
Yes, indeed. Holy cow. That is... Yes, yes, yes.
They were wrong.
No, where's my...
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's not it. Where's my air horn? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Let's play that one more time. Museum of the Rockies.
This museum is now in the forefront in the whole world in paleontology research.
Absolutely. So back when I was working at Museum of the Rockies, this was kind of the very tail end of the golden age of MOR research and publications and fieldwork. It's one of the reasons I left Montana is that when Jack Horner was kind of pushed out of MOR, things really slowed down there. And they still do work. They still do important work, but, like, the pace has really slowed significantly, and it was already starting to slow while I was there. You know? The field program was basically being... stopped. You know? So yeah. Yeah. But man, for a really, really significant chunk of time, from the early 1980s until the late 2000s, Museum of the Rockies was at the cutting edge of dinosaur science. On that frontier, just churning out new publications, finding new dinosaurs, just helping to change the way that we think about these animals. It was really rip-roaring in the 80s with Maiasaura, and that continued through the 1990s and into the 2000s, and then things started to slow. And when things were starting to slow, that's about the time that I arrived, actually. Our first, or like our last, like really big crew with Museum of the Rockies was 2011 with Yoshi's Strike. I think we had like 30 people on the crew at one point at our peak. You know, that's the last big crew that we ever had. So yeah, yeah. So anyway, yeah.
And that's due mostly to Jack Horner.
Yeah. Jack was the guy. And when Jack left, things turned down. Downturn.
Science. We are looking for the truth. And we are detectives. We haven't seen the truth. We weren't there. We weren't around the dinosaurs. So all we can do is make a story, the best story we can make, based on the information that we find. So the first person that works on something, such as dinosaur behavior, the first person to work on it has the least amount of information, and therefore has a good chance of being wrong.
Oh, yeah.
As you gain more information, as you get more information, there's always a chance that you'll be proven wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with being proved wrong. Because if you, in fact, really do want to know the truth, then you should be happy if someone can demonstrate that you're wrong.
Yep. Agreed. I mean, holy cow. A beautiful example of that is right here on my shelf right here. This old Waterhouse Hawkins model of Iguanodon, I think, is a beautiful example of this concept. Jack is 100% right about this. This is a model of Iguanodon from the 1850s, when there were only a handful of bones of this animal known. This is what it was thought to have looked like at the time. you know, here, yeah. Only a few bones known from this animal at the time. And this is basically, you know, what they were able to come up with. Nowadays, we've got complete skeletons of this kind of dinosaur. We've got a much better representation of Iguanodon. We know that it looked something like this. You know? So from this to that. Victorian scientists, people like Gideon Mantell, William Buckland, Richard Owen, when they were studying Iguanodon, they didn't have a lot of material, but they were still able to surmise that the animal had upright limbs. It didn't sprawl its limbs out to the side like a lizard or an alligator. That alone is remarkable, that they were able to figure that out. They were right about that. Other parts of this, they're wrong about. Classic, you know, classic example is the nose horn right here, where I think Richard Owen insisted on the horn being put on the nose like this. Now we realize that's the animal's thumb right there. When you're the first person to work on something, generally you've got the least information of anybody who will ever work on it. You're at the bleeding edge. You're on the frontier. You're there with limited data. But more people start working on these things. They start to piece it together, and you get ever closer to the truth, you know? That's ultimately the story of dinosaur paleontology, you know? Yeah. Little thumb nose. There you go, Retro Roadshow. Yeah. Wise words, says Scout. I agree. Wise words from Jack Horner. Yeah. And was it a pile of bones in the fossil? What? I don't know what you mean, Claire. What? Was it a pile of bones in the fossil? I don't know what that means. You mean this specimen? Like, we did have a handful of Iguanodon bones like this. But, yeah. Iguanodon says thumbs up. There you go, the Raven. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So there you go, Claire. Yeah. There were multiple different specimens of Iguanodon found. The name Iguanodon means iguana tooth. Because it was thought to have had iguana-like teeth. But, yeah. Anyway. Iguanodon, one of the presumed ancestors of hadrosaur duckbill dinosaurs like Maiasaura. Let's get back to Maiasaura here.
As more fossils are unearthed and more information gathered, theories of what dinosaurs looked like and how they lived will continue to change.
Yeah.
The Museum of the Rockies will change with those theories. Any boy or girl fascinated by geology or paleontology could become the Jack Horner of tomorrow. But the secret is never stop asking questions.
There you go. Yeah.
Found information that contradicts people that have worked in the past, and I expect my students in the future to contradict a great deal of what I have written about almost any subject I have.
That's science. That's how it works.
It's the way science works. And we just hope that one day we'll know the answer to it.
Yeah.
To any question.
There you go. Yeah. Maiasaura, beautiful artwork by Doug Henderson here. Really extraordinary. I'm really glad that I was able to find this today, and I'm so glad to be able to share it with you. By the way, I'm so glad that this here. Did you know, chat, not only is Maiasaura the state fossil of Montana, named as such 38 years ago to this very day, February 22nd, 1985. Maiasaura was also the very first dinosaur in outer space. We'll talk in a few minutes about ongoing research on Maiasaura, but first, dinosaurs in space. Let's talk about Maiasaura leaving Earth's atmosphere and traveling to space. Here we go. Yeah. So, dinosaurs and spaceflight. Yeah. Dinosaurs have made it into space, but not until the mid-1980s, where as part of the United States space program, a fossil of an ornithopod called Maiasaura, Maiasaura peoplesorum, went up into space. Maiasaura was a large hadrosaur. Well, we talked about Maiasaura. The remains of this dinosaur have been found in western Montana. Yeah. And here we go. A piece of fossilized bone from a baby Maiasaura, along with a piece of Maiasaura eggshell, was taken into space by astronaut Lauren Acton in a NASA mission in 1985. Not a bad record for Maiasaura, being totally unknown just 7 years earlier. And then the first dinosaur in space. Also the state fossil of Montana, too. Pretty cool. Yeah. Dinosaur in space! 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 Retro Roadshow. There you go, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Maiasaura, first dinosaur in space. Pretty extraordinary. First non-avian dinosaur. I do think that the Soviets took various bird species into space, partridges and stuff. So strictly speaking, they would be the first dinosaurs in space. Maiasaura is the first Mesozoic dinosaur in space. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. I'll give you the link to this if you'd like to read the rest of the article. Good stuff, Scout. You can find out more about that by reading it there. Yeah. But let's take a look at, you know, what was it that Jack said about how so much of, yeah, so much of what we find as paleontologists, as scientists, will someday be disproven? Well, here we go.
You gain more information as you get more information. There's always a chance that you'll be proven wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's absolutely
That's how science progresses. You know?
Because if you in fact really do want to know the truth, then you should be happy if someone can demonstrate that you're wrong.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Space Turkey, thank you for your follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here.
As more fossils are unearthed and more information gathered, theories of what dinosaurs looked like and how they lived will continue to change.
Yep, and they have.
Will change with those theories.
True.
Any boy or girl fascinated by geology or paleontology could become the Jack Horner of tomorrow.
And one of Jack Horner's students has been studying Maiasaura ever since. I'd say the world authority on Maiasaura today is this scientist here, Holly Woodward Ballard, who is one of Jack Horner's doctorate students. I was there for her thesis defense for her doctorate, and yeah, holy cow. Tremendous respect for Holly. Here she is talking about this remarkable dinosaur, Maiasaura, who I think is her favorite dinosaur. Holly is a wonderful person, and someday I'd love to interview her on this channel when we start really, you know, getting into our interviews again. But here she is talking about Maiasaura. Yeah.
In 1979, Maiasaura was named in a publication by Jack Horner and Bob Makela. And they found a bunch of little dinosaurs all together in what looked like a nest-shaped depression. And nearby, they also found a larger dinosaur skull. And by comparing the shape or morphology of the baby skulls to the adults, they concluded that these were probably from the same species. And what was really interesting is that the little babies weren't small enough to have just hatched out of an egg. So the idea is that they stayed together in this nest-shaped depression and grew older there, and so they were cared for by the adults. And because this was an incredibly important find, it was the first time that evidence of parental care in dinosaurs had ever really been put forward and hypothesized.
Pretty
And
cool.
because of this,
Pretty
Horner
cool.
Macula named Maiasaura because it means good mother lizard. So
Yeah. Retro Roadshow says you could just see the excitement in her eyes talking about it. Yeah, yeah. So Holly might not be super well rehearsed, like speaking in front of a camera, but you can see that genuine excitement. You can see the passion for her work there in her eyes. She's doing a great job. This is wonderful.
This is
So
a
glad
tibia
we have
from
this.
a Maiasaura individual. So this is the shin bone or lower leg bone, same as in us, only this is much bigger. And what I do is I study the bone fossil or fossil bone microstructure of long bones such as this
The
tibia. And
histological samples.
What I do is examine what's inside the bone. So taking a look at this fossil bone, we can see the shape of it. We can measure it. We can do estimates on size of the animal from this bone. But what I'm more interested in is what's inside the bone, because by looking at the bone on the microstructural level or the microscopic level, we can actually determine things like how fast the animal grew, how old it was when it died. Was it skeletally mature? Had it stopped growing when it died, or was it still growing?
Super important information. That's so important.
And we do this in large part by looking at the bone tissue organization as well as the growth rings. Every animal alive today, if it takes more than a year to grow up, has growth rings, just like tree rings. So you can count those to figure out how old the animal was when it died. And in order to access this information, I take a bone like this tibia and I make a small section. I take a chunk out of the bone shaft. And when I do that, I eventually polish it down so thin that light can pass through, and you end up with what we call a thin section slide.
Yep.
And so what
This is incredibly important for studying dinosaur biology and ontogeny. What Holly is holding right here, this is the future of dinosaur paleontology. This is absolutely essential for understanding these creatures as living animals, you know? So important. Histology is, it might be a big pain in the butt to produce a slide like this and study it, but holy cow, does it pay out dividends for understanding how these animals grew and matured and the changes that they underwent. Is just incredibly important.
What you're seeing here, all the brown is bone, and the middle, this white spot, this would be where the marrow cavity was. And when I look at this through a microscope, I can see all the tiny bone microstructures that were there in real life. They've been fossilized as well. So by looking at those and interpreting them using modern bones for comparison, I can then make inferences on how this dinosaur lived and died. And
Very cool.
And by doing this for multiple Maiasaura individuals, so I started with a sample size of 50, I've been able to figure out how fast Maiasaura grew. At the maximum amount it took, Maiasaura was growing up to 80 micrometers a year as far as the bone actually widening out.
So that's a tremendous amount. Here, brief detour here, and I'll show you a really quick clip, really briefly. That should be right here. So this is a 60 Minutes piece with Jack Horner and Leslie Stahl, and I love how excited the journalist Leslie Stahl gets about this when he shows her a Maiasaura bone. Check this out. Yeah, with Maiasaura. Here we go. Yep. Maiasaura. Yep. Watch this. So she says, is this an adult right here? Look how much bigger it is than the juvenile tibia here. She goes, that's an adult, right? Watch her reaction when Jack tells her what it is. As a paleontologist and as a science communicator, this makes my heart sing. She's blown away by this. Just the enthusiasm in her voice and in her mannerisms is incredible. Here. Watch. Oh, that makes me so happy. This is Maiasaura right here. And do you see the blue painter's tape that's on this right here? So that was almost certainly put on there by either Ellen Lamb or Holly Woodward in histosectioning this. So, like, basically you take out a chunk from the middle, you grind it down, you make a thin section, put it under the microscope, you examine it, and then, but before you grind it down, you make a cast of it. You put the cast back into the original, you glue it back together, 2-part epoxy, and you put masking tape around it, or painter's tape, you know, to make sure that things don't get gunky. This has been sectioned. That's how he knows that this is a 1-year-old, is that it's been sectioned right here. That's because of the work of Holly Woodward right here. This could very well be that same thin section from that tibia bone. So yeah. Yeah.
It took about 8 years on average to go from being about a ½ meter on hatching out to full grown at 7 meters in length. And that.
So imagine that. Going from hatching out, you're less than you're a ½ meter long. You're about 1.5 feet long. Hatch out of a little egg. In 8 years, you're an adult. Holy cow. And you're the size of a truck.
½ meter on hatching out to full grown at 7 meters in length. And that's just an amazing growth rate.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about the Maiasaura, as I said before, is the sample size is so amazing. We normally just have handfuls of fossil material to look at, but because we have so many Maiasaura, a sample size of 50 might not sound like much, but for dinosaur paleontology, it's incredible.
Like I said before, for most dinosaurs that we have, we know them from one specimen. Most dinosaur taxa, most dinosaur genera, you know, if you look at all of the between 1,000 and 2,000 different species of dinosaur that have been named, most of them are known from one fragmentary specimen. So for Maiasaura to have, 50 individuals that you can section like that is incredible. It's unheard of. And if we really got our act together, if somehow we got the funding, we could dig up literally thousands of Maiasaura specimens. We could have an untold number of dinosaur specimens to do this research on if we just had the money for it, But yeah.
It actually gives us statistical strength to make these inferences about survivorship, about growth, and about inferring life history traits of these animals. And also, like I said before, we get to access or understand the variability within the species a lot better because we get to see how multiple individuals are growing. Not all animals grow at the same rate, even within the same species. So we're getting a better handle on how an entire species is actually growing.
Pretty cool stuff. So hopefully that gives you some sort of a sense for why Maiasaura is so important. There's a link to Holly's video right there in the chat. Really, really extraordinary. Maiasaura. Important not just for ontogeny Golganek, but also individual variation, dinosaur biology, social structure. Maiasaura, like I said in the tweet announcing this broadcast in the first place, like I said there, Maiasaura might be the best of all of the 43 U.S. state fossils. With hundreds of specimens uncovered, it's taught us about dinosaur growth, sociality, and of course parental care. Without a doubt, Maiasaura remains one of the most important dinosaurs ever found, and it will continue to do so. Maiasaura stays winning. Maiasaura will continue to be incredibly important for dinosaur paleontology for centuries into the future. As people like Holly Woodward work on Maiasaura, and as her students work on Maiasaura. Really extraordinary. So yeah, Maiasaura. I hope you now have an enhanced understanding of this animal and an improved appreciation for how important Maiasaura is and why it is one of my very, very favorite dinosaurs. As honestly it should be for any dinosaur paleontologist. Maiasaura is... It's truly remarkable. And, yeah. Long live Maiasaura. With that said, it's about time for us to wrap up our broadcast for the night. So let's do that. And let's pull up Archaeopteryx here to run our credits over real quick. We will see who else is doing some science outreach here on Twitch right now. But don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science. But thank you, everybody, for your support and your enthusiasm and your questions. Really appreciate you. It was kind of a quiet stream today, but it was really nice, and I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did, you know? Yeah. We're going to go raid science streams. We're going to go return the favor, because science streams raided us not too long ago. We're going to go hang out with a systems and molecular biologist, Balint. We'll see what he's up to. It's going to be good stuff. But to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits, I appreciate you more than I can say. Thank you for your follows. Thank you for subscribing or resubscribing. Thank you for rating. Thank you, moderators, for moderating. Appreciate you more than I can say. Tomorrow, I'll be returning again at 2 p.m. California time for a celebration of Thursday Birds Day. Get your birds pictures into the Discord now, and we'll go over them tomorrow. Very excited about that. So yeah. Anyway, thank you, everybody. And let's go see what Balint is up to in science streams. I'll see you there, everybody. Bye-bye.
So it burned, but it felt like a... I know this sounds silly, but it felt like a good burn.